Hello everybody, it's Saturday. The weather has slightly picked up, so as it was raining all night. So I wanted to quickly talk to you a little bit about my cameras, because I've had some feedback that the camera is blurry. Well, technically it's not blurry, it's just crap. Well, it's not crap, and that's kind of the rub. I have available to me technically 4 cameras. One of them is the worst webcam you ever did see, provided for me by my employer, and frankly I'm not even sure it does 640 by 480. And that's fine. But it's also not mine to really use for home use. Secondly, I bought a webcam for when I started this. Yeah, it barely webcammed. So it's kind of in a drawer doing nothing. Then there are the 2 what should be stars of the show. I have a GoPro Hero 8 Black. Now, okay, it's a few years old, but it does 4K. Not as a webcam, it doesn't. And I was poking around, and I've had a lot of problems with it because it keeps saying, "Oh, I can't do this on your network." Why, when you've got a USB cable, do you need the network? But it constantly moans. Half the time it will be working, and then it will just kind of go, "I'm bored now, error." But I did set it up. I do have it available. And of course it would autofocus, that's a great thing. It does not zoom at all. It is a fixed length frame, that's it, kind of deal. But it only does 720. And I was really disappointed because of course the camera itself does 4K, but not as a webcam. Then we move to my rather expensive digital camera. It's got lenses, hence the zoom. I've got a better lens, but the lens has kind of got the droops, and so I can't use it pointing downwards because it just kind of zooms in all the time and won't stay zoomed out. And I did look at a YouTube video of fixing it, and it's like 4 hours of take out this microscopic screw and do not damage this extra thin tissue paper level. Yeah, let's not be doing that. No more dogs around anyway. And chances of screwing it up just seem astronomical because you've got to get like 80 layers in, and the guy literally had a almighty crap ton of tiny little parts which you would have to put back together in the right order or it won't work. Just to tighten one screw. Seriously, people, make the screw accessible for the love of all that is holy. So, I'm stuck with kind of the lens that I've got and the camera that I've got. And again, the camera itself is quite a high-res, decent camera. Not as a webcam. So I have decided to splash out a bit because obviously we're coming rapidly towards the end of October. Come the beginning of December, I will hopefully be streaming a lot. Now, this is absolutely and categorically a 4K webcam. So once it arrives, hopefully tomorrow, we will be in a position where I should be able to offer you a much better quality of picture, and more to the point, it zooms too. It was more expensive than I really wanted to lay out because, as you know, I've laid out quite a few things that I could do this, and I'm not expecting people to pay me back. So, and I am not rich, by far from it. So I was a little bit concerned, but the choice was I can buy a new lens which zooms in and out a bit more for this camera, and it will still be blurry, or I can buy this semi-professional camera designed for and streams as a webcam at 4K. Now, what I'm bound to find when I get it is that oh, well, you need one of these and some of this, and I will probably have to face that tomorrow. But it does seem to say you only need a USB-C cable and it will all just friggin' work. Yeah, like that's going to happen. But it also works with my Stream Deck, so I'd be able to use it to zoom in and zoom out. I wouldn't have to poke OBS to do it. So it has really good potential to be useful for this. And much as I never want my face on camera, this is as close as we will get. And I do vaguely resemble the person that you're looking at right now. It's just that, well, I'm older and I've kind of had a few accidents in my life, one of which resulted in a huge facial scar, which isn't as apparent as it used to be, but I am still exceptionally self-conscious of it, and, well, frankly, I've a voice for mime and a face for radio. I am not the body beautiful. I am definitely not, you know, next model material. So please understand that the picture you're looking at is pretty accurate to a large extent. I wear glasses, I have green eyes, I have long brown hair, and I am, as always, wearing a beige jumper. So this picture is pretty accurate. You just don't actually see me. And this makes me feel better because there is this slight obfuscation of my personal self, but it is also fairly accurate, so I apologise. On to the lace. So, as we know, yesterday we had a bit of drama, and I was not very happy about it, but we did some more and things were good until I posted the video. There's a mistake, and it is one I need to go back and fix. Now, it is not so far back that I will cry, but like most things, most grafters will tell you that you spend hours, you maul over it, you swear you're paying attention. You post a picture on the internet and 58 errors stand out like they've got neon arrows pointing at them. And it almost seems to be you are blind to them until they are on your computer screen like somebody else's post. When it's your stuff and you're looking at it in real life, initially, until you've seen the post, you cannot see a thing wrong with it. That's right, rubbing my eyeballs. The moment you've seen it, of course, it stands like a bleach beacon and you cannot miss it and it will bug you forevermore. Which is why we are trying so hard not to have errors in our work. Because, well, I'm going to see this net curtain for the rest of my life. It's just going to be painful. It is just going to be utterly and downright painful. And every error in it is, I might as well tie a red bit of thread around it because it will stand out. This one, knowing that it is there already, and frankly, it is kind of obvious if you look carefully. So if you look at the thumbnail for the video that I posted yesterday on YouTube, because I pick the thumbnails for YouTube, Twitch picks the ones for Twitch, which was the photo I took when we were talking. You can see it. And what can you see? You can see a pin that doesn't have thread all the way around it. So, let me explain. Time to look at the pillow. So, I've changed the layout for the moment to try and make it slightly less blurry, because part of the reason it was blurry was that I had, in the top right hand corner, I had like the original camera feed. For the main part, I had zoomed in on it, and obviously the zoomed in section is a manipulated to fill the screen section, so that made it a bit more blurry, so I've quit that. So let me zoom in and try and position the camera a little bit. Now, this zoom in is not the greatest zoom in the history of the world. But if you look, where's my pointing device? Here. This pin here. There's no threads underneath it like all the others along the way. So we have to undo that and go back and fix it because, well, we've seen it now and we can fix it before it all goes incredibly wrong. So let me tilt this down a little bit like that. Trying to make it so you can see what's going on. And we will need a few of the bobbins out of here, but mostly the bobbins out of here. So we will slide this off. Oh, I know what I was going to get. One moment, please. Move my table out. Right. I mentioned these yesterday. These are the other kind of bobbin holders that I've got, and I have a small handful of these. They are stronger because if I do this, you'll see that this really, I mean, I'm actually pulling that quite hard. So, but they don't take quite as many. So, minor detail. But maybe they will hang on to the bobbins in order just a little bit better, and we shall see. So, taking that off, I've also thought about ordering some stuff to try and make my own bobbin holders, because frankly, seriously, it is a square stick of wood with one hole, well, in this case, 2 holes one end, 2 slots the other. If you can see on camera, she said, it is slightly tapered. Sandpaper for the win. But realistically, you then make a loop of elastic around it. I mean, you know, to make, they're not exactly hard. And they're really friggin' expensive for the privilege. So, we need to undo this. So we will put these over here, because we will work backwards towards them. I need 4 more of you. So, we need to undo the mess that we have made by undoing you 4 need to go out the way for the moment. Yep, that's right. So, we need to undo this, take the pin out, undo this. I'm not so experienced as undoing my rose ground, but hey, it's really not that hard. It's just, you know, like a lot of things, the question of doing it. You need to come out. Then we need to do the top one. And I'm making a small collection of pins. So, you know, if nothing else, you know, today you are learning how to undo rose ground. These things are not bad things to learn, because obviously I am not the only one capable of making mistakes. We all make mistakes. It's, you know, we're human. We do it well. And sometimes you look at it and kind of go, why didn't that undo the way I thought it did? Did I do that wrong? And the answer is probably yes. Got to be careful taking out these pins because I don't want to accidentally take out a pin from the row above, because then I make my own life more complicated. You see, this hasn't quite undone the way that it looks like it should have done, so we will fanny around a bit to get the pin out carefully. I really should get me some exceptionally... I'm sure I've got some somewhere. Some really, really fine nose pliers, so that I can pick up the pins better. So, you still seem somewhat mixed. So, should be 4 of you, 4 of you, 4 of you. So we should have a half stitch to undo. A half stitch to undo. A half stitch. Pin. Half stitch. Half stitch. I have forgiven the dog for yesterday. He was very sorry. He insisted on being excessively cuddled all night. I have remembered to take some painkillers today. That's the pin that doesn't do anything, but I accidentally just pulled on because it's not doing anything. It doesn't matter. Nearly there. I'll just take you out because you're coming out whatever I do because you're in the way. Of course, depending on what time says camera comes tomorrow. As you know, I tend to, or as you may have spotted by now, I do tend to do. Hey, Gussie sis. Oh, you bring coffee, tea, whatever you drink. Feel free to tell me all about it. Because, well, why not? It is a good thing. So that's that. It's nice to have someone to talk to. So, now we need to work out what in the name of Sam Hill I did when I was doing this one. Because clearly, I got it wrong. So, we will just undo these whole stitches. And then we will work out what I think I did was one that I think I've done nearly done quite a few times. Which is, I did the 2... I did the first half stitch and put the pin in and then got sidetracked. Didn't do the other half, which is this half, and then do the half stitch. That's what I think I didn't do, because that seems to fit now. And now we have bobbin and threads both sides of the pin. This is where we want to be. And as I said, you know, the whole kind of point of this is we are trying to do it right. And obviously, going back a little way, even if it had been, you know, another row or 2 back, I would have gone back and fixed it, because it would be a more noticeable error. Now, we already know that on the other half there was a bit where I didn't twist some threads. That is noticeable, but it's not screaming. It's just not, you know, it's not quite, well, it does to me have a bleach beacon on it, but to other people who, I don't know, I won't say don't know what to expect, because that's not quite the word. Over time, they would probably spot it, but it's not like they would take one look at it and go, what happened here? You know, it's not, if it's going to be that level of wrong, we need to fix it. If it takes close inspection, that's fine. But obviously, when you've got a lot of repetition, faults do tend to become a little bit more noticeable, because you've got lots of things around it that are right, and one that looks out of place. And there is one of those, in the first triangle, there was a bit near the edge where I didn't cross something right, didn't pin it right, whatever I didn't do. And and it does show. But it will be potentially at the edge of the net curtain, not in the middle, so it's kind of out of the way. Now, obviously, I haven't decided whether these are the middle, I haven't decided these are the outside edges. I did briefly, and as we know, Liz, the indecisive, because I spent quite a while, a couple of months, investigating, for want of a better word, choices and ideas and combinations and, you know, do I like this more than that? I spent a lot of time doing that. In fact, most of my resurgence in lace, I spent doing little bits going, do I like that enough? Do I like that more than that? Ooh, the painkillers are kicking in. And I feel all warm and fuzzy. So it was very much the... I've been planning this for a while, and while to a large extent, you know, it does look like, well, it looks like 5 minutes worth of effort. Because it does. The actual, once the decision made of, these are the stitches I want, this is where I want them to look, oh, I've got to move that a little bit, the actual decision of what I wanted was quite quick. But what I have decided, and let me use my magic status button, those are the triangles / squares that we are going to make. Well, what if I made the middle four as one piece? So I make a triangle, and the triangle extends, instead of going to a point, that this then makes a line and you make a strip, get to the bottom, turn round, walk back up the strip, and so you make a really long rectangle. Oh, chocolate biscuits! Oh, I'm envious. I only have some shortbread biscuits. But sounds like you're all set, so... but again, I could make those middle four as one long rectangle, and that indeed is a potential, because, well, it is. Part of me says, stick with the squares, stop trying to make it harder on yourself, stop trying to invent new things, stop overthinking it, and as we all know, I will be overthinking this. But, you know, doing the middle set as one piece is a thing, in which case, this is, you know, this is definitely an edge square. So I don't know, we have choices, and this is, I think, the designer problem of lace making is you almost have too many choices. And there are lots of ways to skin the cat, and almost too many ways to skin the cat. I got in the post today a pattern I ordered a little while ago that got lost in the post, and they had to resend it, and they were really sorry. And the pattern uses those honeycombs that resulted in big squares. A lot of them. And I can show you it later. But the pattern itself is a strip. But it is designed that you... And it doesn't at all explain how. I did hope that there would be a little tiny bit of instruction with it. There is not. But possibly just as well, because it comes from Italy and I don't do Italian. Oh, Christ, as we already have established, I barely do English. So, and that's the language I've been using for 52 years. But it gives me an insight in how someone else does it. And in fact, if you look at the picture on the front, because it comes with a little picture of someone else's work, and then technically 2 strips of pattern. It's got the top stroke bottom part, the core kind of middle of the strip, which you repeat as much as you require, and then kind of a longer strip, i.e. the equivalent of the top and the bottom and this middle bit, so that you can kind of keep going. And I looked at it and it was like, okay. But in one of the pictures on the website, it shows like strip A here, strip B here. So obviously I'd have to duplicate the pattern a lot. And they were clearly working in strips. But on the picture, it looked like a perfect join without stress, which is why I wanted to see how it was done. And I did kind of work out, actually, how it was done. And in fact, I did make a test strip accurately. Oh, thank you for the raid. Wow, I feel really honoured. My second raid. Oh, I am so touched. Thank you very much for joining me. I am rabbiting on. I shall shut up and I shall continue on. So I'm in the middle of fixing a rose ground error that I made yesterday. And if you have any questions, please do ask. And for the newcomers, I've ordered a new camera so that you'll have better resolution so you can see it. But today we need to live with the camera of the present, which sadly only does 720. So this is the best I can offer. I can zoom in a bit, so I can zoom in and I can zoom out. But this is kind of, you can see what I'm doing. So please feel free to ask as many questions as you like, because, well, I don't know what you know. And if you've got questions, there is no dumb question, although I may not always know the answer. So, let me get on with this, because we are trying really hard not to mess up. For those joining, I am trying to make a lace curtain. Well, it's going to be, it's not really a net curtain, as in wavy across the bottom. It's going to be more of a window covering, in the sense of I want it to be flat. Because, well, I just do. Because, well, that's the only way to see the pattern properly. So, if I'm putting all this effort in, I want you to actually see it. So, it will be a flat window covering. And it is of my own design, although based on a tablecloth pattern, oddly enough. The idea came from the basic shape, so the idea of the zigzags and all the rest of it. But theirs was very different. And in fact, it looked remarkably like, and I don't have a button for that. That's really bad of me. So, for example, this one is the design of one of the squares from the tablecloth. I did adjust a couple of the stitches to make them a little more like I wanted, but it wasn't, I didn't like it enough. I liked it, but not enough. There were things I wanted to change. So I set about changing them. And this is where we're at. So we have done one square, we have done one triangle of the square, which is under all these cloths, which are keeping it safe and secure and stops all the threads catching on it. And we're now on the second triangle, hence I have my little status graphic that I can pop up down there in the bottom. But I don't keep it up because, well, we haven't done that much of it yet. So we're all there. We're ready to do the bottom one. And so I am just correcting a mistake I made yesterday because, well, mistakes happen. Of course they do. I'm human. Maybe a little too human because I make quite a few. But there are mistakes and then there are mistakes. There are mistakes that you can kind of go, crap, wish I hadn't. But it's not the end of the world. And then there are mistakes when you go, I can't leave that. If I'm looking at a net curtain, I do not want it to stand out forever, evermore that I fudged it up. So, I want to be able to look at it and have to find them. Not go, oh look, there it is, and that one, and this one, and just see them all like someone tied a big ribbon around it. So, I am trying very hard to correct mistakes that are not too far back, although if I really screwed it up, I would go all the way back to fix it. But minor ones that I don't notice maybe will remain. I'm not proud of them, but mistakes will happen. Just because, well, I'm human. and chucking bobbins around, and there are a lot of bobbins. Underneath these cloths that are back here, there are a lot of bobbins. So, we are... And bobbins give me anxiety, to be honest. So we're trying very hard to keep it all sorted. Right. There we go. Hopefully we are back now where we left off yesterday, but without the blatant mistake that I made. So, we now need to stack up some bobbins out the way. So let's get these down off here. No, don't tangle. Thank you. And we will use these bobbin holders today and see how this works out. So I think I can do 6. Yeah. These are not as easy to work with. You over there, pile you up right at the back, and we will pile you. 1, 2, 4, 5. Let's pile you up. You up and swing you round. You'll be good for the moment. Pull you out from under there. You are the to-be bobbins. Trying to escape. It is true. It is very, very true. I will be the only one that truly notices a missing twist. Most likely. Sometimes it is a little more obvious, because instead of having kind of like one, what looks like a strand, even though it's 2 twisted together, you will see 2 running in parallel. So I would argue that given time, someone else might find them and go, oh, that's different to the others. But it would be not a kind of from the other side of the room, hey, you messed that up. It's, you know, whereas obviously if a square's not a square and it's missing a corner, that's a bit more obvious. So hence, clearly we do need to use this bobbin holders. Right, here is the set we're going to use for now. And there seems to be a spare bobbin floating about, which is right. We know what that is. So, this was the section of bobbins of doom here. This is, let's pull you out. Let's put you back a bit more. You need to be out of the way. So, let's look. You two should be over there. Don't need you for now. You came off at the top, so you are also out for now. And in fact then, let's get you lot out from under here and put you in a bobbin holder. How many pairs have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. We shall use... I do go nuts. Hello, welcome to my world. I reckon this is a test for a sanatorium. If you don't lose your chin and kind of go nuts and as you can tell from the past bobbins, they do give me anxiety just because they all mingle and they hate me and and bobbins. And even this, let me show you this. Who in the name of sanity made this? So the spring that attaches to... You can't really see that. Let me put my lovely brown cloth over the top, make it easier. This is a bobbin holder, and obviously when put together, it looks like this. And it's flat, the spring's at the bottom, and it's great. The moment you take the spring off, the top turns round 90 degrees, so that you've now got to twist it to put it back. Who in the name of mercy thought that was a good idea? Now, it is primarily a knitting a knitting holder. But it is sold by many of the lace people. Lace people use these. And because the spring is quite solid, I'm not going to disagree. I do feel these are quite good. However, it means that as you slide the needle underneath these, for example, it's upside down. So you've now got to half turn that while holding onto the other end to try and find the needle the other end to trap the bobbins. Now you see these are held a lot more firmly than the other bobbin holders, which is why I'm using them. I'm going to tuck you out of there because we don't need you for the moment. Now, actually, faux pas. I think I need you two, because you are my working pair. Right. Thank you for joining me, though. Yes, I have problems with Midland bobbins. I have a real issue with spangles. Spangles are not my friend. We did make a triangle previously, this triangle here, as a test piece, and it took me 2 weeks to make it due to the spangles doing what spangles do best, which was the spangles, of course, stick out beyond the edge of your bobbin. And as a result, and here's one to demonstrate, I actually do have one for those who aren't sure. So this is a Midlands bobbin with spangle, and the beads do this, which is tuck underneath, and then the bobbin doesn't sit right. And then, of course, when you're trying to swap the bobbins around, if the wire on the thing, it just mated, and it just drove me nuts. So hence, we are now using spangle-less bobbins, and I am much happier because, well, they're where I left them. It does mean they can roll, but there are advantages to the spangle bobbins in that you can put like the stitch holder through the spangles and they just stay in order, which is all you want, or you can use big safety pins. I have a veritable plethora of safety pins, because I also have a veritable plethora of Midlands bobbins, but they hated me, and considering how much of a net curtain we're making, it works out as 18 squares, and we're, well, not even halfway through the first one yet. I needed this to be easy on my brain cell, and so they were annoying me. They had to go. So, like everything, you can only do so much and work with what you've got. And obviously my brain cells said, no, not doing this with Midlands bobbins, no siree. So I have rejected Midlands bobbins for this quest. I do appreciate that it is technically the correct bobbin, for want of a better word, to be using. But in practice, you have to work with your own sanity, and I was going to end up in the funny farm if I tried to do 18 squares of lace with Midlands bobbins. So sadly, for now, I am on these bobbins. To an extent, bobbins are a personal preference, because after all, it's not like they become part of the lace themselves. you two need to come out, and I need 2 from this rather saggy pair of whatever this bobbin holder did or did not do, which is why we're changing bobbin holders, because these bobbin holders did not help with the great dog catastrophe of yesterday. So for those who were not present for the dog catastrophe of yesterday, in short, the dog knocked my pillow off the table and it turned into a big pile of tangle, and I spent 90 whole minutes trying to untangle the bobbins, and it was 90 minutes of my life of stress, because the last time the dog did the whole kind of, hey, I'll just knock that off the table thing, they broke a bobbin, and it took me a long time to find where the broken bobbin was, because it's not like there was a thread, say, here, and it was like, oh, the bobbin's there. No. It had pinged and worked, like, back here somewhere, and so, yeah, spotting where it had come from was not an easy task. So I was not a happy bunny. Dog was definitely in the doghouse. And I have tried my hardest to sort myself out, but I hang on. There we go. We're down here. I wanted it to be right, and well, it meant that yesterday evening's stream was cut short, because while I have vowed to do all of this on stream, so this will document the entire net curtain, so, you know, don't worry if you miss a bit, there'll be more, but it's just, you know, like everything, it's gonna be a day, and it was not what I wanted, and I think I've crossed too many times now. 1, 2. So. I did kind of, one of the main contestants for the potential net curtain design was a more Milanese stroke Russian lace stroke, anything that makes kind of a tape environment, and where you have, say, this many bobbins, and that's it. You wander around, and you know, connect here and you connect there, but you only have this many bobbins. Now, I'm really keen on that idea, because frankly, that really sounds like a good plan. And I've seen some beautiful patterns, but they're all quite small, and don't look like they would easily, not scale up, but be multiplied up to make a net curtain. Now, the net curtain I'm making is 43 centimetres by 97, which is about 18 inches by about 34, I think it is. So, it's not huge, thankfully. It's only a single window. It's not the double, triple kind of window. Although, I kind of want to make one now. But we are trying very hard not to let the excitable brain cells rule my life and do the, hey, let's make a king-size bedspread. No, brain cells, let's not be doing that, because that's the kind of brain cells I have. Hey, you made a bookmark, let's make a king-size bedspread. Brain cells, that's a bit of a step up from a bookmark. Yeah, but how cool would it be? It would be very cool, brain cells. But originally the net curtain concept was their original idea when I learned to do double knitting, and I made, don't get me wrong, I made some big double knitting things. I made a king size bedspread, but then the excitable brain cells went, if you use really tiny yarn, and we're talking like the extra fine crochet yarn, you can have like a billion stitches and get real good detail. And you can do like the Chinese stroke Japanese, not entirely sure, my mother was never clear. You get white crockery with blue painting on it, and it's got like a bridge and a tree and a girl and and it kind of tells a story, but it kind of wanted to do one of those as a window covering in black and white, so the black side would face in, the white side would face out to reflect heat out. But it would be, again, a flat window covering rather than the wavy traditional curtain. And it would stay permanently up in my bedroom because, well, I use blackout curtains. But it would be a triple window. My brain was going, yeah, let's do that. And it was really, really up for that. And I do mean really, really up for that. And the problem with it being really up for that is that, well, here I am, and it must be 15 odd years later, and I find myself still sitting there going, and the brain cells are still sitting in there going, but we could do that, it would be great. Yeah, it would be a thing of beauty. Frankly, it really, truly, truly would. But it would take like the rest of my lifetime to do it. And moreover, as I'm single, it would be only me that really sees it. And I'd probably be nuts by the end of it. Because that's a lot of stitch. It would be, I worked it out at one point, it was something like 3,000 or 4,000 stitches for the short edge. And then obviously, Christ knows how many more to make rows to make the actual curtain. And so don't get me wrong, it would be an utter thing of beauty, and I'd be sitting wibbling in the corner. So we have refused this idea on many occasions, but they still want to make a curtain, and hopefully this net curtain will appease the brain cells. I'm sure I will regret it on many opportunities along the way, because, well, that's kind of how it works. But I am hoping, as I do this, that as I say, to document it, but B, to also have at the end of it a net curtain that will look a little bit odd because it will have joins in it, but something that I made that the brain cells will be proud of, and yeah, hopefully it will be a good thing. So I've also been approached by a friend who said, funnily enough, I was kind of like, they'd seen that I'd started up lace making again, and thank you for that, dog. And they went, yeah, too many hobbies is definitely a thing. I suffer from that. And I've always said that my hobbies are slightly faddy. It's not, unlike my mother, who did a hobby for about 6 months, never touched it again. I will touch it again. I mean, I did this as a child, really didn't do a lot, but I did do this as a child. And okay, this took me 40 odd years to come back to it. But as an adult, I am a lot more in control, and now I've got all the stuff to do it. Well, okay, I've ordered more stuff, of course there's more stuff. But as an adult, I don't do lace. I'm not a girly, lacy, frilly, pink kind of lady, right? I am much more, hey, there's a computer, or there's a car engine. I am very much the tomboy of the world. So lace is kind of a weird hobby for me. But I enjoy doing it. I just don't need the things that I make from it. And the net curtain was something that my brain said, well, I could use that. And it's the one place where a lacy thing would be used in my house. But I enjoy weaving. I really enjoy weaving. I have a weaving loom the size of a Land Rover in my room behind me. And at some point, I will probably need to take a small break from this because, if I'm making 18 identical squares, I probably will get a little bit fed up at the sight of them. So I may have to do something else. I enjoy knitting. I enjoy crochet. I enjoy making my own wool. So I've always said I have wool-related activities as a hobby because at any one point, I can't tell you which I'm going to be doing next. I did make an almighty truckload of tea towels with my weaving because tea towels are really forgiving because in essence, as long as it's a reasonable square of cotton cloth, you are going to have an effective tea towel, as long as you don't have too many floats, i.e. threads that are not attached for a long period of time, and so as long as you've got, because forks frankly, but as long as you keep up so right, just checking because it looks like, see, how did that work? That's why I missed some. So let me go back. Faux pas. I involved 2 before the pin that I should not have. So we will undo this. Undo the pin. You should already have gone. Now we pin. So yeah, I really enjoyed making the tea towels because you could really experiment. Obviously, you can pick any frigging colour. You can almost pick any pattern. And you can have a lot of fun. Now, I'm not going to say the later things I made were better, but I then made some cushions. I made me some cushions. In fact, if I do this, here is one of my cushions. Right, I made some cushions. And then I made a good friend some cushions. Holy crap, am I proud of those cushions. Oh, those cushions. Now, don't get me wrong. They were pretty evil to make. Why were they evil to make? I made them with... Well, they were summer and winter, so I made them with 8-2 and 8-4 cotton. That was fine. I like summer and winter as a weaving pattern. That's a good thing. But what I did do was I used a technique called lampass, which instead of using the 8-2 cotton as your tie down, you don't. You use, frankly, hairs to hold it down. So I used sewing thread. So they were as fine can be, and they go in between things and kind of almost invisibly. And the end result was just sublime. I have never been more proud of something I made. And they were great colours. They were kind of this blue and black, which they like black, but it needs some colour because we all know that working with black's just evil. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Working with black is evil, so as a whole, it is important that, you add a bit of colour to it. And electric blue, well, kind of everyone kind of likes a good electric blue. So, and they are a bit of a geek, so if you call it sun blue, which is the colour that the blue button on the sun boxes used to have, they're quite happy with that. And they do love their cushions, they truly do. And they are a thing of beauty. And I was dead proud of those. I did make me a bedspread. Didn't really work out though. Because of a few limitations at the time, I got a new loom since, which is the one the size of the Land Rover. And so I now can do a lot more. But I need to kind of mentally prep before trying to do that one again. Actually, I'll do something slightly different now. Now I have more options. But I made this beautiful pair of, well, we'll call them strips, but they're kind of single bed size strips with the idea of joining them together. The only problem is I didn't get the tension right. And although they, at face value they both look identical, next to each other, they don't line up at all, by quite a bit. And it's not like you point at one area and go, oh, well, there's a mistake. No, it you know, just for, you know, it's kind of like it bunches up just a tiny bit, so it meant that by the bottom it was one pattern repeat out. So I can't fudge it, I can't do anything with it, and I have two very beautiful pieces of cloth that I don't know what to do with, which is such a shame, because, well, as I say, they were beautiful and they were for me, more to the point, whereas everything else I was making tea towels and giving them away, because that's what I do best. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because I tend to give my stuff away at the end of it. I do not expect people to pay, just like I don't expect you guys to subscribe, because, well, you know, to me, I can't imagine that this is the best spectator sport. It's, you know, it's interesting for an hour, you know, for half an hour and watching it go ahead and maybe asking a few questions, but it's not something that I can imagine any one of you or any one sane human being I seem to have faux pas, but somehow still had enough bobbins. Confused. I know why. I've worked it out. I'm a douche. By the way, I'm very derogatory about myself, even on a good day. And then when I make stupid mistakes, well, yeah. And I can be known to swear quite a lot as a result, because my own stupidity knows no bounds. And the mistake on this one, I did cross the right number of bobbins, because I did do a really complicated chart to prove that I had enough bobbins. You should have been out, and before I put this pin in, you two should have come and joined the game. So let's untwist you. Wrong way around. So you should have joined in. So these are the kind of mistakes. Yeah, so weaving's kind of gone on a bit of a back burner, because obviously I did the bedspread failure, then I made the cushions of glory, and then I went to make some more tea towels on my new loom, and I miscalculated. Now, they do look pretty cool. If you look on my Instagram, for example, you will, and go back a bit, you will find them. They're very Christmassy, you can't miss them. There's a lot of them, and I'm currently on the loom. They don't have to be green, but the weft that I'm using is green, therefore they are primarily green. I made them a bit dense. These things would insulate the space shuttle. They are not in a good state to be tea towels. They're too thick, and frankly, you could build a house from them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right, I didn't see the extra thread, so I thought I was a bit concerned that I'd missed one. So yes, and so because I put on like a 30-yard warp or something to make all these tea towels out of, because I was making Christmas ones, and the idea was they were going to be for last Christmas. So they've been on the loom a while, and then I kind of ignored them, because I took the red ones off so that I could finish them and maybe hand some out for Christmas, and discovered that, frankly, doormats maybe? doormats could be a thing. But of course they're tea towel sized, so they're a bit small for a doormat. Yeah, it was unfortunate. And so, with, yet again, more mistakes in mind, my brain kind of went, I don't know quite what to do, because I don't really... I mean, I could put a different reed on, I could chop the front off, I could put a different reed on, I could make them less dense, at least from that point of view, but then there'd be really quite colossal tea towels, because the mistake was quite colossal. Yeah. I mean, they do look really awesome, but they're too thick. They're more couch cover. They'd make a good bedspread, only they're tea towels. You could maybe cut them in half, make a scarf. We shall wait for the ads. Why are you crossing shoulders? You need to add some. So, let's go back. You need to come out 1, 2, 3. You need to come in. That's better. Where's the hole? There it is. So yes, there is much in Brain Cell, and frankly not enough time to make it all. If I could retire today, maybe, that would definitely help, but that's not going to happen. You have crossed. How dare you? That's because you're the wrong one. In a mess. So you go under that one, over that one, and now bobbin's getting a little crowded, which doesn't help. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, yeah, I mean, now, when my dad retired, my dad has passed, so there will be a mixture of tenses, but when my dad retired, my dad's idea of a busy week was needing to take the dogs 100 yards up the road to the vet. To me, I do that in the evening and don't even think twice about it. And, it's kind of... That's not even busy. That's just not even, that doesn't even register on the things to do list almost. So I found it very difficult to relate to my dad a bit once he retired, because he always acted like it was, oh, it's so, I don't have time. All he did all day was sit at home, watching Border Patrol or whatever, on TV, or Police Force or whatever it was, Emergency 999 or something. And he did that a lot, smoking his pipe. That, frankly, is what killed him. And so, it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so, to be honest, it, he would sit there and he would moan about how, I've got to do all these things this week. And it would turn out, he's got to go to the doctors or something. And you're like, is that it? I'm sorry, but is that it? Is that all you've got to do this week? Okay. I'll try and pretend that I understand the pressures there. He retired early, and to be honest, I expected to follow in my dad's footsteps, because, I'd done everything he told me so that I would be in a good position when it came. And, well, I'm not. And, the government expect me to work till I'm 67. I really do not want to do that another 15 years of this crap. So, but I am not in a position where I can retire, at least now. And he retired 2 years ago in my lifetime. So, if I was my dad, he retired at 50. And as I said, I would love to, because while I'm still in a reasonably enough shape, there is so much I want to be getting on with. The type of weaving loom I've got is very manual, and there's lots of grovelling around on the floor and climbing in and out of things. And, should arthritis set in, which frankly it looks like it should, I would not be best situated for rolling around on the floor and tying up treadles and doing a whole host of other things. So it is that kind of, I want to make it while I'm young enough and fit enough to do it. And, if I wait another 15 years, in 15 years, given the way my back's going, I'm not even sure I will be able to move half my soul in 15 years. It would not surprise me if I'm in a wheelchair as slightly paralysed from the waist down. I will certainly potentially be hyped up on many, many, many painkillers, and that would not be a good thing. I mean, let's face it, I've got to take really strong painkillers to do this. So I really would like to retire and be able to do things while I do not want to be at the staring window, right? This is not what I want in life. This is not how these things should end up. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I really don't want to be in that position. If my hands are arthritis, I'm not going to be doing too much of this. Threading my loom up would be difficult. Knitting and crochet would be difficult. And so I want to be able to do some of these things. But at the same time, we Kimber women, more accurately, do tend to live a fairly long lifespan. We average borderline 100. So, if I'm in a reasonable shape, retiring at 67, not that I want to, but retiring at 67 would still leave me plenty to do. But if I say take after my dad died at 71. Well, okay, he got 21 years of retirement. Well, he actually got 20, he died while he was 70. He died a month before his 71st birthday. But he basically got 21 years of retirement. Well, if I have to work till I'm 67, that gives me what? 4? You mean I worked through all this crap and stress and for 4 years? I'm sorry, what? And especially if I'm no longer really in a fit state to do it. Because no offence to our wonderful government, but they have potentially talked of, oh, well, maybe we'll up it to 69. How about you don't, right? How about you leave me out of it? When I started work, women retired at 60, and I was good with that. And no one asked my opinion about extending it. So in my lifetime, they've extended my working age by 7 years. It's quite a lot. So I bit of reluctance, a little bit of, not so happy about it, because it is important to me that after all the years of hard work I put in for someone else, I want to be able to do a bit of stuff for me, and I want to be in a shape to do it. And, that is a key problem for many people. In fact, there was a beautiful thing on, well, I say beautiful, there was an accurate thing on a web thing I was watching the other day, and they pointed out that the average person, once they're retired, doesn't live very long, because they don't have things planned. They do not have when I retire, I'm going to, they might go off on a holiday and go on a cruise or something. But that's it. They don't have hobbies, they don't have things to keep them active, and as a result, they fade away. Some of them as little as 6 months. Can you imagine you've worked from 16 years old, you've paid all your taxes, you've saved for your pension, you've done all of that. Your pension actually turns out to give you, barely minimum wage level money somehow, because it really usually does. And suddenly, there you are, you're retired, and 6 months later you're gone. After all that, you didn't get to enjoy it. And I don't want to be that person. I am really adamant I don't want to be that person. So I am wishing I could retire early, but really don't believe I can ever actually do it. Not and afford to live. I mean, I could retire early, but I'd then have to go and get a job to fund it. So, yeah, it's not going to work. Go in the hole. There we go. Right, you go over in that pile over here. You come out from over here. You are in the to be used shortly category. We will pin you up just for sanity, because we do not want more dog shenanigans, because that was just not fun yesterday. We're not repeating that, so you can go in that pile there. Bear in mind there are bobbins under there as well. And now we pull out you and you, because we are going to do the ground stitch at the edge. So, take you off. This is going to get crowded. You see, you're lucky. Being single, it's not even like I have a second income that can assist. Now, obviously, 2 people living in a house is more expensive than 1, etc. and all that. I do have a back pocket get out of jail free, well, not quite free, but I do have a booster pack in mind. I technically own a second house. Well, I don't technically. I do own a second house. And my emergency plan, part of the reason I still own it is because property is the most stable thing, even with all the price drops that goes on. Property is far better than most of these pension plans, and you can't have some bigwig do the the Rupert Murdoch thing and suddenly blow the thing. You don't find out like the government, and an awful lot of people in the UK at least, I don't know what it's like in other countries, but you save up and throughout your working life, you pay towards a pension. And most people think that while you're paying the government towards pension, you're saving for your retirement. No, you're not. You are paying for the people of today. There is no pot. Without you working, they can't afford to pay the pensions of today. And that, of course, is really not a good strategy, to be, receiving money in one hand and handing it out with the other before you've even really counted it. And as a result of that, it does mean that by the time I get to retire, there are suggestions that there will not be enough people working, because, no offence to the influence of this world, but they all, they can all retire at like 25 because they've been making millions while they, do whatever they do with their stuff, because I don't know quite how they make millions doing it, but they seem to. And, they can all retire and, buy, half of Miami or whatever. And of course, a lot of them do not want to be working later. They want to retire early. Well, of course, if they retire early, who's paying for me? And the answer is, well, nobody. And, oops, forgot to cross it. Let's cross all of you before we forget. And I'm determined that I will have a reasonable retirement, and I will not be buying, extra value baked beans and a baked potato and trying to make it last a week. I want to be able to enjoy at least some of my retirement by crafting, but I also don't expect to make a living crafting, because, well, I really don't, and we all know that for the amount of time and effort that goes into it, that you can't charge even minimum wage stuff for your crafting usually, and so you're not going to get rich doing that either. Tea towels, I think I could probably break even, is more accurate, in the sense of I can pay for the yarn and a small markup, which probably covers the electricity bill for the time. But at this rate, with the electricity bills, maybe not. You need an extra twist. And so I am not expecting to make a fortune. Seriously, not expecting to make a fortune. Any pennies made are grateful, because obviously, like I was explaining earlier, I've just spent 250 quid on a 4K camera so that we can stream, because despite having expensive cameras, including a GoPro as a webcam is only 720, and it's like, well, it's not the clarity that we really need for working with stupidly thin bits of yarn. So, I've spent a good few hundred quid setting up for this, and as I say, I'm mainly doing it for my own edification, that's fine, but at the same time, it's cost me, I probably could have paid someone else to make the lace curtain and have done with it. Stay out the way. And so, yeah, I want to retire, but I can't. And I envy the fact that my dad was retired by now. I truly, truly do. For I would be quite happy if I could, do my own thing in my own time, and not be at someone else's whim. I would really relish that. But I'm only 52, so to be honest, it's still early days, but I still envy the fact that my dad did it at 50. I would love to have joined him in that. But I always imagined I would. And then when I got there and realised, not even close. Just not even close. That was slightly disappointing. But never mind. We have what we have. So, but yeah, unlike my dad had lots of hobbies. Don't get me wrong. But once he retired, he didn't do any of them. My dad used to be a really good carpenter. I mean, you'd have thought that I would have a whale of a time with a carpenter for a dad. No, my dad never made me a thing. I'm about the only person in the UK I don't think my dad didn't make something for. Because, as a child, he made, frankly, stuff for it felt like everybody. But he never made me anything. He made a 4-poster bed. He made umpteen tables. He repaired furniture left, right, and centre. He did an awful lot, and he had to make replacement bits, and he turned wood, and he was really quite good at it. But he never made anything for me, and so I don't possess anything that my dad made. He made rugs. It was quite traditional in the 70s, but he did a load of rugs. Now, I do have a number of the rugs that he made, but fuck me, are they ugly. Oh, holy heck, are they the most ugly things you've ever seen. And because they were 70s rugs, let's truly be honest, they're very dated, and some of the colours are a little bit questionable. But I do have them, and I have them in the garage for the dogs to keep their little paws warm. It's got a rubber flooring, it keeps them warm anyway, but they've got rugs then on top of that as fluffy things and dog beds. It's a frigging palace in the garage for the dogs. So they've made a bit of a mess because they've raided a few things that you would never believe possible, such as the shelving that was kind of 5 foot in the air. I'm still not quite sure how they did that, but somehow they got up the shelving and they emptied it all repeatedly and found things I didn't even know I owned. But it is a bit of a mess in there. Oh, and they burst one of the dog beds, which turned out to have feathers in it. Yeah, haven't managed to entirely clean up from that. But, because feathers get everywhere, and they don't go in the vacuum cleaner either. So I have some of those. He did some embroidery, but the bedspread that he did for me, I never found. I assume my mother sold it. That was the kind of thing she did. He did some tapestry type stuff, which is not tapestry as in Bayer tapestry stuff. It's a bit more like cross stitch, but slightly not. It's kind of like half cross stitch, to be honest. But I've got some of those. They're fucking ugly. I hate them. But he made them, so I kept them, kind of deal. But I don't want them up in the house. I don't like them. But at least he made them. So it is. I lost out, I feel, on that one. And I would like to. Oh, for the love of God. Somehow we stuffed up. But that doesn't make sense. Somehow I stuffed up. And I don't have the right number of bobbins. So, I zoom in. And where's my pointy crochet hook? Yeah, man. Stretch around that. This pin here, there's no bobbins coming off it to join this pair come out on the pin below. We are missing some bobbins, but we didn't seem to have the wrong number of bobbins. It's going to be one of those days, people. It's going to be one of those days. So, let's package you up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 seems to be a good number for these. Wish they were a bit longer, but these are really nice and sturdy, I do have to say, so I am happier with these than the other ones. I just don't like the fact that the end turns over and it makes it hard to flick the ends in, and bobbins do tend to do all of this and they get out of order, and there we go, you fit in there, so You can go around the corner. 4. You can go out the way. You have to come down. And so do you. This is the problem when you screw up. You need a lot of bobbins, and you've trapped round a pin with my pokey stick. You've also gone round a pin out of that. There we go. So what I must have done. But then I would have the wrong number of bobbins while I was working the cloth stitch, and I was rather religiously counting them. So this is the I made. Let me demonstrate the ugliness. But I made. Let me find it first. Hang on. Pictures. No, it's not that picture. Screenshots. This one, hang on. No, it's not that one. Hang on. See, I hate the fact that paint no longer remembers a previous history of things that you opened. And where did it go? Or is it you? Hang on. Here it is. Here is my ugly. You're gonna laugh at this. So, here is me working out how many bobbins should be where while doing the zigzag of cloth stitch. Because obviously you gain some, you lose some, you pin before, you pin after, you lose before, you lose after. So I spent ages working them all out. And what you have is... Where's my mouse pointer? I hate the fact that your mouse pointer disappears. So if I pick green as a colour, for example, and I want a brush of glory. So for example, got to find my mouse pointer again because it literally is like 2 pixels. These ones here are this is how bad it is. I can't see the tiny mouse pointer. But these numbers going down here are not actually right. So you start off in the corner. For goodness sake, is there a way not to have it change your mouse pointer to like a crosshair of 2 pixels? No, apparently not. But this corner you start at 6, you then transfer to the other side, it's actually 5 I think, so you get to 5, you come over here, you gain 1, so it is 6, you then come back to the other side and you stay at 6, which is somewhere reflected further down. And the fact that I can't even see my math plot, but I spent a lot of time counting and checking what bobbin count I should have, because as you work one way you almost have, while it is based around you have 5, because you haven't dropped them, you have 6 in some places and you have 4 in others, and it really does mess with my head. And so I spent a lot of time working this out and correcting myself and changing it, and hence on the right hand side you start off with 2 and pin. You gain 1 and pin, so you've got 3. You gain 1 and pin, you've got 4. You gain 1 and pin, you've got 5. You gain 1 and pin, you've got 6, but then you drop it, so you actually only have 5. You go to the other side, you gain 1 and pin, you've got 6. So I mapped it all out so that I would know at any one point where the hell I was, because you're gaining and losing as you move around, and it is very easy to stuff it up. But I ended up with the right numbers of bobbins, but I forgot to drop a pair at one point, which is technically impossible. So how did I do that? So we will now undo this bit and go back to my pillow. We will undo this bit because clearly this has not worked out the way it should. I shall remove the bobbin holders for a moment because we will need the space. We will undo the last pin that I put in, which of course I now can't see because it's like, you know, less than 0.5 millimetre. Oh look, ads. For fuck's sake. So let's undo that. So you are fine. We will put you on top. No, keep out the way. So yes, we shall undo all of this and try and work out what the hell I did or didn't actually do along the way. So you are now out. So my lace pillow is not quite flat and they're rolling around even more, and when trying to correct errors, you're already in a slight mood because you made an error, and you do not need the additional frustrations of things moving around. Patience wears a little thin. So let's undo these. You can sod off. And you. something funky going on about here. Bin. See, one of the other things that I think is really going to hamper me as I get older is my eyesight, because already I struggle with... I do need a new pair of glasses, but a new pair of glasses for me is over £1,000, and it is only my crafting that it affects. Now, I do quite a bit of that, so you'd think that it's quite important to me, but I work on a computer all day. I can see that. I can drive if I want to. Not that my car's working at the moment, but I can drive if I want to. Everything is crystal clear, except for a really small patch of distance in my eyesight. Now, I already have reading glasses. My normal prescription's -6.5. My reading prescription's +3.25. I believe I need to up it to 3.5. And in a way, I don't want to go and have to pay someone 40 quid for a test to tell me that, because I already know that that's kind of where it is. And you know, the company that I bought these glasses from, for example, was one of those, hey, you can buy our glasses and we'll only charge you £60 kind of thing for a pair of glasses you'd normally pay like £400 for. And I'm like, so I did that, and they're perfectly good glasses, don't get me wrong, right? But these glasses are, you know, were got from a nice cheap source, and... Why you're crossed, that's why this is looking messy. You need to go underneath. You can go over the top. You come over the top of that. You... I struggle to tell whether threads are over or under other threads. Doink. So, at this point in the proceedings, you two should have left the building. 1, 2, 3, and the incoming pair. Checking you're not cross, because you looked cross. And you... Anyway, so... Thank you. I really enjoy weaving, and to be honest, to me, lace making is weaving with non-fixed warp threads. So it is a logical progression that my brain went on to doing something like this, and I did consider making a... let's call it blackout curtain with weaving, because those tea towels really would be kind of good for that. And I have thought of that, don't get me wrong. Because, well, they're not a lot good for anything else. And as I said, I've got quite a few. So I don't know. It's one of those things is I really enjoy weaving, I enjoy knitting, I enjoy crochet, I enjoy spinning. I just don't have the time to do all of them. And well, I should. I've worked long and hard in my life. I'm getting a little fed up of working long and hard in my life. So I really should be getting to a point where I can plan for a retirement. But I can't because, well, I can't afford it. Stop mating with pins. You are already in my bad books. Stop making it harder. You need to sod off at this point. Hey, Nautical, how you doing? We are fixing yet another faux pas. We already fixed a faux pas from yesterday. We're now fixing today's faux pas where I found I forgot to leave out a pair of bobbins. Now you see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't join a pair, you see. I am making lots of stupid mistakes. And these pins are really tiny and I'm getting annoyed with them. But I can't change them now. I want them all the same. So I need a pair of you. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. Now we put the pin in. There we go. So, yes. It's so easy to make silly little mistakes like this, and that I think is going to be the biggest problem I face with this net curtain, is not the potential of doing it, but doing it accurately and keeping the stupid little mistakes down. Even though we all know that I've got my stupid thing that I really must print out so I can kind of stick up on my wall, so that I can look at it constantly, because clearly I keep stuffing this up. Well, you would think that a fake par is less severe than a real par. I'm going to say 2 words to you. Fromage frais. To me, that's strawberry yoghurt. Or strawberry cheese, more accurately. That phrase haunts me. Fromage frais. I'm sorry, but all I hear is strawberry cheese. So yes, it's too easy for me to be making the small mistakes that I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I just fear that as we get further along, oh, Nautical, I've ordered a new camera. Can't really afford it, but I have ordered a new camera that can do 4K, because, well, I've got a GoPro, and in fact, she says picking it up, hang on. I can't do too well with it because it's not attached to much. But for example, if I go to... I've got to turn it on. Dumb nut. Beep. Then we have to have the fight over making it work, so bear with me on this one. Because it does this and it goes, I can't connect to your network. Yeah, you can. Come on, you can do it. It keeps acting like there's a firewall issue, but there isn't a firewall issue, but it thinks that there is, and I've turned off all my firewalls. In fact, I have to go and, there's one more firewall I can turn off. Well, it's not a firewall per se, but there we go. That's the one. We can turn. Turning this off does seem to cheer it up, but it's also not rejecting anything, if that makes any sense. So it says that it's not rejected a single thing, but occasionally, if I turn that off as well, sometimes I can turn, this will turn on. There it goes. Oh, it said beep. There we go. So if I'm clearly holding it. So I've got a GoPro. I mean, you know. But despite having paid a lot of money for a GoPro, which I use to do a lot of my weaving videos, it doesn't do 4K. It does 4K if I record it and save it and then play it. But like this, by the way, no looking around the rest of my house, it's really messy. But like this, I cannot offer 4K. So what's the point? It only does 720. So, hence we're with camera number 1, because at least this one zooms. because, well, GoPro doesn't. It can only do wide angle, not so wide angle, and lesser wide angle, you know, which kind of defeats the point. And so I have ordered me a designed to be, and claims with all of its soul to be, a 4K camera that will 4K in this scenario. So at the moment you're looking at 720, because even my expensive digital camera actually kind of only does 720. So even though I'm doing 1080, and I wanted it to do 1080, which is why there are little bars down the side, because, well, that helps it slim it down a bit. So it's not quite 1080, it's under, and it's nearer 720. So hopefully, depending on what time it arrives tomorrow, new camera will arrive, and it apparently has a zoom, better friggin' zoom, and it can be controlled by my Stream Deck, so I can have magic buttons to do that a bit. Rather than having to lean in and wiggle the camera, it also can pan and tilt, and, you know, again, with buttons. So I am hoping that, you know, if not tomorrow, depending, as I say, when it arrives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's right, just checking, because, you know, that's why we're here after all. That I will be able to do this, and it will be more clear, because one of the feedbacks I got from my YouTube videos, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, was that, oh, I wanted to watch this, but it was too blurry. Well, actually, it's not that blurry. It's just 720. And obviously upscaling it. Now, previously, we know that I had in the top right-hand corner, around about here, somewhere where my finger is, there it is, pointing at my finger, I used to have a zoomed out looking bit of the pillow, and the main bit was more zoomed in. Well, of course it wasn't. It was the same picture, I just focused in on the middle. So, of course, it was upscaling it to 1080. So, of course, in essence, it was blurry because it wasn't the natural resolution of the camera. So, the plan is to have it put the picture in 4K and then chop out like the middle section for the main screen, and then have shrunken in the corner a general overview of the pillow, so that, you know, we are back to the view that you had, but the source is a much higher resolution, and so hopefully things will be even clearer. Oh, and it does autofocus. So that should also be a thing. So I'm hoping that works out to be as good as it says it is, because, yeah, you know, my GoPro and my digital camera cost far more than this thing did, although it wasn't exactly cheap after all. And so I am a little kind of like, if my expensive stuff couldn't do it, why would this cheaper one do it? But it is yet more stuff I've had to buy. Much as I can't talk about the shenanigans that's going on at work, one of the core problems with the potential shenanigans is we get assigned a potential, well, it's only been happening a couple of years now, and bear in mind I've been there 20 years come February. But we get assigned a potential bonus dependent on how well the company did, obviously. And it's a long, complicated calculation, but the short answer is the base value is dependent on your salary grade. That's fine. The base value is taken from your salary grade. So if you are grade X, you get so much %. It is then multiplied by how well the company did, and they can do anything from 0 to 150%. So you can get 0 to 150% of your base rate bonus, then it's multiplied by how well your boss rated you. Now, it is not as simple as it sounds, because in short, your boss is expected to your boss must average 100%. So if he wants to give one dude 110%, someone else has potentially got to lose 10, or you share it amongst other employees, which I feel is slightly unfair. Because I work in operations, we have been told repeatedly that you cannot exceed expectations as part of operations. Therefore, well, you only ever get 100% as a maximum. Which I don't have a problem with 100% of a maximum, because, you know, it's better than not getting 100%. But it also means that should boss feel that someone who works for them and maybe isn't in operations deserves a bigger one, the rest of us have all got to get less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, we'll trap you back in some stitch holders, because we are done with you for the moment. Right, put you up on the pile of bobbins, and then we will take you and we'll... You've mated with the pins already, I hate you. And I want to try and stroke you out of the way, because there's a funny bit. Next we take you, who are the bobbins to be, for the next section, because now we have our bobbins for the pin that we wanted. And... oh, you've got to be shitting me! I did it again! I did it one row further down! How in the name of mercy? How? How are we doing this so repeatedly? I'm going to have a drink of Coke. Hang on. I really thought we had paid far more attention than that. Right. We immediately then got it wrong. Again. Fuck's sake. Breathe in. Breathe out. I almost feel like I need to go on mute to say a few words of choice. So frustrated. Especially after spending hours fanning around picking up after dog disaster yesterday. Patience is slightly thinner. I'm going to put the pin in the wrong place. So, right. You're good. Everywhere from you down is not. Let's put you in the way. Breathe. If this was a test triangle, like the one we made last week kind of thing, I'd fudge it, because my mood is clearly not really suited to repeatedly doing this, because apparently I just keep getting it wrong. I am clearly incapable of getting it right. The worst thing is I swear I remember outing the bobbins on the next row. Apparently I lied to myself. So let's put you out the way. Put you out the way. Just how do I do it? need to lie flat. There's a bobbin under there getting on my nerves. You need to lie flat, roll over that. Bin. You need to sod the hell off. Right. Bin. Twisty, twisty. Doody do, sod off. I think the answer is the moment I've passed that pair, I need to make them sod off so that I don't forget. And to be honest, I tend to do that more on the right than the left. But even so, this is getting, you know, kind of, this is distinctly not funny anymore. Then we need you to join in. One, two, three, four, five. See, I spent the whole time last time counting that I had 5. And somehow didn't notice that I screwed it up. So I'm not quite sure how I am repeatedly messing up. Wondering if I didn't add a pair of bobbins right, but they seem to add up. That's right, I've got the itches, hang on. This is something that I know is not normal, but I also know I'm not alone. The more I think, the more I itch. Especially when I'm frustrated. And being single, my back is a primary place for the itches. To the point, I believe my eczema is on my back, but I can't see it, so I ignore it. And I've got the most glorious back scratcher, which is kind of 3 inches wide and made of metal. And it's almost like a hair claw side on a retractable pole. And it is a thing of glory. And when it scratches, you can kind of hear it raking. It's really quite good for that. So I wonder, have I not been adding? It looks like it's all adding up. So it doesn't help that it comes off rose ground, so that because they bunch together and then have to split out to go into the cloth stitch, it does make them look a little bit weirder, so that they can look funny. And as we all know, I have enough problems keeping track of this crap without it looking funny, if you know what I mean. So I'm very capable of messing up without kind of some form of illusion on top of it. So you are now done, and you can sod off. Let's pull you out there because you're now just getting in the way. lie down. Oh, look, ads. What a funny angle. They were bent, of course we're bent. Let's pokey down the pokey thing. It doesn't help that you're at a funny angle. And you're not bent, you're just at a funny angle. Where's my pokey stick of strongness? Pokey stick of strongness. I want to loosen you a little bit. Just a tiny bit to make you. Give you a bit of tug. You can just straighten up a bit. I'm sorry, Pin, but you need to sod off. Let's get a straighter one. You are now straighter. Bricking pins are great for things. Right, that's better. That looks straight, and you came off, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we now need to do the other corner. You in the corner, and thought you were bent for some reason. Put you in there. So, and then there would normally be, I'm not going to do that corner, but we join up with pair from over there. That's good. You don't actually get discarded at this corner, so in fact I will undo this on this corner, but only because it makes it easier to pin it all up. If I've messed it up, I may have to go for a really long walk. You go in that pile there, you all come round here, you need to stay flat. Will you stay flat? One thing I have never understood So, a little earlier, this pin lifted up. Why? I mean, everything travels over it. It shouldn't be catching on it, but it did. It does it to annoy the crap out of me. So, pull you all back in, and you back in. Take the end off. As I said, it is getting a little busy around here, but we should be alright. We can shove our bobbins a little more that way. Put you out the way. You're next. So, let's continue, children. We've just wasted like an hour redoing the same section 6 times because apparently I am incapable of simple thought. But I want it to look... Oh, for the love of God. Stupid tart. Stupid tart. Because, of course, I'd already twisted them, hadn't I? Well, of course, I've just undone all the twistings because I'm... Because I undid everything and started again. And I didn't twist them. Because I'm stupido. So... Twist, 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 twist. Right, now we've done those, let's go back to doing this. We did say we'd fix them if we could. I'm regretting that decision, but I would also regret being able to see so many errors, so... This is the side of lace making where frustrations run high and you question how it is that you claim you enjoy this. Because the word enjoy is not necessarily one coming to mind at the moment. So I am somewhat frustrated because obviously, you know, when we started today, I knew I had a bit of an error to fix, but it was only a little one. And all we seem to have done this stream is make more errors than we fixed, really. Not quite sure how I can be that ignorant, but apparently I'm doing really well at it, so. Okay. Muscles in my side are beginning to complain. For once it's not my back, it is the side of me that is now going, but you're sitting funny. Move, dog. Let me get my magic cushion of sittingness. And twist this and the cubes. Zoom out a bit more. There. There you go. Right, let's see if that helps a bit. I understand North Kelt, the dog issues. I do understand absolutely. Have you ever noticed that when you're in your not best mood, so you're feeling a bit short-tempered, as I've pointed out, I itch when my brain's been thinking too much, and so an itching doesn't tend to make you particularly well-tempered, because, well, it just doesn't. And have you ever noticed that when you're already in a bad mood, everything else just seems to be around to piss you off? So, you know, you put something down and it immediately rolls off the table. You pick something up and you dribble. Oh, it's always sad when dogs get old. Now, we all get old. We don't have a lot of choice. It kind of happens. And to be honest, the alternative is not particularly pleasant, because obviously you've demised before your time. But sometimes it is just that horrible stark reminder that dogs do not live long enough. And there's been some beautifully worded memes stroke poems stroke whatever along the way about how the reason dogs don't live so long is because they are such beautiful souls. Because they know how to love, because they, you know, they don't really hold grudges. You know, the man who beats them, they will still show love to the man who beats them. That, you know, they will love absolutely unconditionally, especially the man holding the dog treat. You know, all of that, that dogs truly are a beautiful soul, and the reason they don't live so long is because they know, you know, that they do all the right things and are done much quicker than we are. But it is hard sometimes when you watch them when they're getting old, and maybe they're a bit stiff so they can't get up so well, or, you know, or they yelp because something hurt and they moved a bit suddenly, or it's just, you know, it's just sad. And then maybe they go a bit blind and they can't enjoy all the things that they used to. And the little man who is my icon, he was called Charlie. And Charlie was indeed a very special little man. Not that all dogs aren't special, frankly. But Charlie was a very special little man. And he was an accident. Now, not to me, I think it was the best thing in the world, but both of his parents were pedigrees, but not the same breed. And so when the breeder, whose dogs, well, one let the gate, and so did the do, and ended up with Charlie. Charlie was a bearded collie Springer Spaniel cross, and as I say, both parents were pedigrees, so he was a pedigree mutt. And he was incredibly beautiful. He had a glorious nature. I mean, don't get me wrong, as a little pup when he was teething, he was a nightmare. And he did do some really bad things. I mean, he ate some walls of the house. He ate the carpet in the hallway, the dining room, and the kind of felty stroke carpety thing that was in our kitchen. I've got the same stuff in this one. It's a different colour, but I've got the same stuff in this one, and it's great because it means that it's warm underfoot, but it's also easy to clean because it's really, really short. You know, he ate the post, a lot of post. He ate all the DVD games that we had for our PlayStation. He dug up the only plants that we liked in the garden. You know, he got up to some shit when he was younger. But he truly was a beautiful boy, and throughout his life, he had some issues. So he blew both cruciate ligaments on his back legs. And obviously we paid good money to have surgery on that so that he could enjoy things once more. He also had a repeating lump that would appear in his ear. And every frigging time, it started off almost like a blind spot. But the blind spot would get blind spots, and the blind spots would get blind spots, to the point it looked a bit like a raspberry. And at that point, it would be annoying us, not him, and we didn't want it to annoy him. So we would go down the vets, they would go in, they at great expense would remove said lump, and it was a few years ago, so it was slightly less, but not a lot less. Yep. I will say it was not a lot less, but yeah, that's kind of what we paid each, you know. But he was worth it. I don't begrudge him a penny. I really didn't. I did feel for him, because the first one he blew, as my first dog alone, not my parents' dog, I was uncomfortable letting him off the lead. So we'd go a lot of places, but he'd be on the lead, and it didn't seem to bother him. But he had just had an ear operation, and we were up at the vets for, a checkup, and he was being a bit of a shit about getting in my car. In fact, he completely destroyed the front seat of my car. And so I made him the promise that if he got in the car, I would take him for a walk around the back of the vets and let him off the lead. And he pretty much immediately got in the car, and we went. Because I'd spent about 45 minutes at this point trying to get him in the car, and I was losing my shit because, well, we needed to be there, and time was ticking. And so, having promised him that we would walk around the vets, being a good dog mum, I held up my end of the bargain. I mean, he probably would have forgotten, but that's not the point. And I let him off the lead, and I was really nervous because we were in a place that we didn't really know that well, because it wasn't a park we usually walked around. But he was perfect. He would kind of wander around and sniff about a bit, but he would stay within kind of like a 5 metre radius of me. And the moment he got to kind of 5 metres, he'd turn around and look at me and kind of go, "Is this a bit far?" And he'd wait for me. And so we did all of this, and because he was being so good, we went for a bit further walk, because it was a nice day. And we crossed the river and went down the other bit of the park, where we met a Springer Spaniel who had a ball, who ran up to Charlie and threw the ball at him with, "You gonna play?" And I kind of looked at the owner of the other dog, and I said, "Do you mind if we join in?" And she was like, "No, no, 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 no." So we threw the ball, not particularly far, but we threw the ball a bit, and they played beautifully together. It was a glorious thing. Last one, Charlie, says me, because we really did need to go home. Threw the ball, he got to the ball, and he turned round, back leg in the air. I thought he'd trodden on something. So I went over and poked his leg, gave it a wiggle. No, it's not like you've broken it or anything, Couldn't work out what was wrong with him, but he wouldn't walk. Now, Charlie was a bit fat. When I say a bit fat, he was 52 kilos, which he should have been nearer 24. So he was a bit fat. This was mainly because somebody in the household would order takeout and then not eat it and feed it to the dog. And so the dog had dog food, because I didn't know that he'd been fed takeout, and then he'd have a full meal of dog food, so he was getting a bit fat. Or he'd got a bit fat. So the 52 kilo dog, who was refusing to walk, now needed to go back to the vet. Now, fortunately, we were right next to the vet, so this was a glorious thing. But I had to carry him the best part of half a mile. Carrying 52 kilo dog half a mile, and as we all know, dogs are a bit of a dead weight, is kind of not something you do in a hurry. But I carried him, and he was well behaved. He doesn't do the Rory thing and claw the living crap out of me. So, he tried very much to be the bestest little boy that he could. We got back to the vet, and I kind of walked through the door, and they went, "Why are you back?" And I went, "He's done something to his leg." And lovely vet went, "No problems." Took him into, we went into the back, into the checkup room, put him on the table. Vet looked at his leg. Okay, Yep, felt it, not broken. Yeah, he'd blown his cruciate ligament. So we had second general anaesthetic in a week for him to have it repaired. Now, this will surprise many of you. I got to watch the surgery. Now, it might seem a slightly strange request. I am not squeamish. Well, I am, but only with eyeballs and brains. I am not squeamish. And I was really curious as to how this was going to work, because my particular vet didn't do the fusing method. He made him new ligaments. And so I was really curious how this would work. And, you know, the vet looked at me and kind of went, "That's an odd request." And I went, "Yeah, but I'm really curious." And he said, "Are you squeamish?" And I went, "No." And he said, "Will you panic?" And I went, "Only if you do." And the deal was struck. And I got to watch. And I was really glad I did. To an extent. There was, you know, I'm not going to say I found it a calming thing. Because, you know, when it squirted everywhere at one point. Yeah, you didn't mean that bit, did you? But it was interesting to watch. And he even called me over to show me a bit more detail. And I really enjoyed it. To that extent, because it meant I had a much better understanding of what had been done to my dog, rather than, here is a returned dog with some stitches, you know, kind of don't let him walk for a bit. I actually understood what had gone on. I'd watched him chop a bit out of this muscle and wind it through here and, you know, stitch it to there, and it all made perfect sense. And you know, it was absolutely. The only bit I didn't enjoy was Charlie coming around from the general anaesthetic, because unlike humans, we wake up a bit groggy and maybe say a load of dumb shit, but we don't generally cry and wail like our hearts were broken. And poor old Charlie, he was acting like the end of the world was nigh, and he sounded desperately upset. And that was quite heartbreaking. And I then sat for 4 hours on the concrete floor with Charlie in my lap, because he didn't want to go in the cage because there was my lap to sit on. And I wouldn't mind, but at no point did anyone at the vets offer me even a glass of water or a chance to get up to go for a pee. So it was not my most comfortable moment, but I was kind of glad that I did it. And I'd do it all again, to be honest, in a heartbeat. Because... And I then slept downstairs with Charlie on the couch, me on the floor. Yeah, that's how that worked. While he recovered, so that I was there should he want to go out in the night. Because you had to pick his back legs up with a blanket so that he didn't walk on it, and carry him out, kind of carry him outside and let him go for a pee and then carry him back in again. And as I say, at 50-something kilos, that's just a load of fun. And so I slept on the floor, and I don't sleep well on the floor. I mean, Christ, I can't even sit on my couch and do this without a bit of pain. So, you know, you can imagine that, you know, sleeping on the floor was not good for my soul. But did it anyway. And again, I'd do it in a heartbeat. You know, they're worth it. So we did that, and, you know, we did let him walk on it, you know, for a while, and then he was only allowed to pot around the house for a bit, and then he could only go for really short walks. And so we didn't take him to the park because we knew he'd want to go for a long walk. So we walked him around the block a bit, which was really boring, but we did that. And, you know, we did everything right. And we had another dog, and she was the laziest bag of brown fur you ever did meet. So she didn't care either way. So, Charlie healed from his cruciate ligament repair. He was back to running around the park, being a happy boy. Now, my husband was a lovely bloke. Well, still is. He's still alive after all. But he never really did the dog walking thing. That was not his thing. And I used to joke, because the number of times he would have passed us in the park to go home. And I'd make the joke about, well, why don't you come and join us? So we were at a particular bit chasing a frisbee, and I spotted husband arriving in the park. And my eyes lit up, the dog was still chasing the frisbee, and the dog turned round, having got to the frisbee, back leg in the air. And it was kind of like, how? How did we manage this? So, husband arrives. I think the dog's just done his other leg. What? We'd literally booked a holiday. It was supposed to be a dog walking holiday. We were going to Cornwall. We were going to walk up and down beaches and hills and things. And yeah, Charlie had blown his other cruciate ligament the week before we went on holiday. And so, yeah, we didn't do the dog walking holiday. I mean, we weren't on holiday. We ate a few Cornish pasties, quite a few Cornish pasties. Why did we go to Cornwall? Cornish pasties. And my husband will tell you that when I said, should we go on holiday? And he was like, yeah, that's a good idea. We'll go dog walking. And we thought, well, we'll go to somewhere down southwest, somewhere nice. And I went, right, well, we're going to Cornwall. Why? Cornish pasties. You can't go on holiday for Cornish pasties. He understands now. Ginsters are not a Cornish pasty. They are a large amount of pastry with half a teaspoon of food in it. Cornish pasties are a thing of beauty. Cornish pasties are a wonder to behold. And in fact, I get delivered from Cornwall randomly. In fact, I'm probably due to order some more now. Frozen Cornish pasties. You cook them up, and they are actual Cornish pasties. There's food in them. There's actual food. Ratio of food to pastry is, high food, low pastry, and so we ate Cornish pasties, and we mooched around, and we went a few places, but we didn't go very far because Charlie couldn't walk, and it was kind of a bit of an odd holiday, but we enjoyed it. So yes, Charlie, bless his little soul, went through a lot because he kept having to have the ear operated on for the same reason each and every time, and eventually we'd had to move to a new vet because our old vet retired, and the new vet kind of went, oh, we should take his ears off. His ears were a very intricate part of his face and expression, and I didn't want that, and I was quite upset the day they went in. They said because they couldn't guarantee to keep the flap, but to be honest, it kept coming back. If he'd lived much longer, we probably would have had to have it done again, but sadly he died before he was truly ready. I mean, I wouldn't say there was a lot in it, but he did die before he was ready. Vets in Bristol decided that he was done, and they were wrong, and I didn't stand up enough for him. Because it is hard to stand up for them, because you don't want them to suffer. And when he was good, he was very good. When he was bad, he suffered. But he did generally have more good than bad days. He had what the Bristol vets decided was mega esophagus, so he would inhale some food and then get pneumonia on it. So it was a tough decision, and I'm not sure we made the right one, but it was close. Anyway, it's time for some ads, so we will see you on the other side. Apparently I'm hungry. My stomach is telling me I am hungry. What time is it? 4 o'clock. Heading to 4 o'clock. bag these up, shouldn't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grumpy tummy. That's pile number 1. Pile number 2. Scrunch you up. Why are you 3 times longer than everybody else? Let's round you up a little bit. There you go. Put you on a stick. Might have to order some more of these sticks. So, have to order more stick. And you get around and pile it there. You're a bit of a funny angle. It's funny how I keep looking back and then seeing pins at really weird angles. And this one feels really loose and wobbly. Come on. A bit shorter, so you've got a bit more stability. So let's pin you up. And we can put you round on that pile there. Take you. Put you up on the piles over there. And try and stop some of you taking the shortcut around the pins. Fuck's sake. Where's my pokey stick? There it is. Pokey stick that I nearly threw everything on the floor. Right. And you two need to come out there and round up onto this section here. Monumental pile of bobbins. And kind of even you need to come around here. You need to not twist, and you need to kind of come round and up to this monumental pile of bobbins over here. And then we take out the pin that was holding this down because it was being annoying, and we look at our next set of bobbins. So now we have to work out what the f was going on in the pile of stuff. Right. Time to start more cloth stitch, which makes my brain hurt. And apparently I can't do without making mistakes, so this should be a bit of fun, should it not? I think it's time for a bit more Coke. Definitely looking forward to getting a better camera, because I want this to be, you know, good for you. Because, well, that's the whole point, is it not? Because you lot won't come back and see me if it looks like pants. Well, apparently it kind of looks a bit like pants, but someone sent me a picture, and to be honest, I'm even more confused. It's come from another lace maker, and it says I've done this in whole stroke cross stitch. Yeah, I'm not actually kind of sure what I'm looking at there. That's a little... So, okay. Bit of a conversation to be had there. So I need to distract my brain before we go on too far, because clearly making mistakes is where it's at today. So let's see. Mooch around the usual places of doom scrolling to see if there's time to look on eBay to see if there's anything exciting that's appeared on eBay. I am not in need, but sometimes you just have to look and see what you can find. I'm gonna stick a like on that one and come back to that. Ooh. Yep, I'm definitely going to like me some of those. Brass pins rather than steel pins. They're not much good for finding when you drop them on the floor because you can't use magnet, but they're nice. I quite like working with brass. These allegedly are brass pins with nickel coating on. Not so sure. Gonna keep an eye on that as well. That's cheap for what that is. Ugly bobbins, expensive bobbins. It's funny how there are some really interesting bobbins that you can see on eBay, and some of them you kind of look at them and go, no. I mean, for example, they've got some Midland bobbins that are square with spangles. Kind of why? You don't need the spangles if they're square. I'm not entirely sure that makes a lot of sense. There is a monumental pile of Midland bobbins going on eBay at the moment. It's like 400 of them, and 25 of them have spangles. The rest haven't. So if you and they're quite cheap as well. Something like £15 or something for 400 bobbins, which is astronomically cheap. So if you are interested in potentially doing some lace making, those are the bobbins to be buying, because I think there's also a box of beads that comes with it. So you can really get into that at a really low price. But I hate spangles, so we won't be looking at those. Even though it would be really good, because then I'd have about 600 of them, and I would have enough to do a really big piece. But I hate spangles, so we're not going there. I already got about 200 spangle bobbins, so I really don't think I'll need any more than that. I think spangle bobbins for a smaller piece definitely work, because you've got the space to move the bobbins around and you can have them spread apart so the spangles don't annoy you. But like this, I'm looking at my big pile of bobbins over there, and I'm kind of sitting there going, if they were spangled, those spangles would be getting interlocked and tangled and looping round other bobbin heads or whatever, because even though there should be no heads near the tails, but they do, and it's also something for threads to get caught in should you have some threads floating about, and it's just not helpful. So I do really like these bobbins of non-spangled variety. On the next pair. So, yeah, I do like these. But they're a bit chunky and obviously take up quite a bit in the whole grand scheme of doingness. And as I... Now this doesn't matter because both of these, neither of these are set to be the... These have not been extended, so it doesn't matter quite so much. But I'm still going to stick to my half stitch start so that they are... They look like the other ones. And then I need 2 more of these. Stupid fun man. Let's undo that. And undo that. And undo that. And put a twist on them. Stupid cow. Let's just actually do this. There we go. The only thing I don't like so much is where the cloth stitch joins across the gap where you've turned the corner. I don't like the fact that there's a break in the cloth stitch. It accentuates the diagonal, which frankly doesn't need any more accentuating. It's quite capable of doing that in its own right. So, not that I'm going to change it now, because, well, I'm not. But for future, I do need to considerably I do need to... Why are you twisted? How are you twisted? Why have you got a twist on them? You're not supposed to be twisted. They're the twisted ones. So I do need to figure out a way of masking the diagonal a little bit better. Because, of course, in your mind, you could just keep working diagonally. But, of course, originally, we are working left to right to left to right. And then suddenly it would be kind of top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom. So you can't keep going in the same direction, which is slightly annoying. But something's gone wrong. That's not right. Somehow. Let's go back. Why? Because you need to go over and then that's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the corner. Nautical, this is the great mystery, and this is where I know I've stuffed up somehow, as we discovered halfway down the first one, where the working pair on this outside zigzag already had, in fact it got to about here, and I'd run out of thread already, and my brain's going, I definitely put more than that on, I could have sworn. Now, normally it is twice, if for example, ignore the cloth stitch sections, for 90% of it, it is roughly twice as much you put on the bobbin, you put twice as much as the length of the work of the piece you're making. For cloth stitch, for the work pair that's doing the zigzag backwards and forwards, which clearly is quite a lot more of a journey, well, it kind of depends, and this is where the problem lies. Now, the weaver within you will tell you that, let's say you're making a 2-metre scarf. If for every warp thread must be 2 metres plus what is known as your waist. Now, on a loom, the waist is the bit that ties it to the back beam and the bit that ties it to the front beam, and usually the distance of your castle where all the shafts are. So that is your minimum waist period, right? With lace making, the only real waist you have is the attachment to the bobbin. Because obviously, you know, you can't just have it stop here. It's got to attach to the bobbin. So, you know, you need sufficient to at least somehow attach it to the bobbin. And that's kind of, well, down a lot to the bobbin, because these have got chunky shafts here. Some of them have really, really, really skinny ones. I mean, if you look at, if I bring back my Midlands bobbin, the shaft here is considerably thinner. Therefore, it would take a lot less to secure to the bobbin. I've got some that make that Midlands bobbin look fat and chunky. So, and in fact, they bend really easily. So it is a bit of a black art, and not one I have perfected to the point I expect to get somewhere down the third side and a number of these bobbins will go, I am out of thread, and I will have to extend them. So, for example, not that you can see it very well, but this one here, if you notice, it doesn't look like it's got a lot on it. Now, it is kind of wound over itself, so there is more than it looks. But at the same time, is it enough? We shall find out. One thing I have thought about is, rather than bobbins, what if you had beads? And when I mean beads, well, it's not annoying me. Don't get me wrong. It's not annoying me. It's just something that I don't actually have a good answer for, because apparently I'm crap at it. I have inevitably gotten it wrong for every single project I did. I either wound horrendously too much, and so then I'm throwing half a bobbin, half a billion feet of yarn out, because much as this would not be quite so much of a problem to start off with knots, you wouldn't want to start a beautiful bookmark with a pile of knots, right? At least you understand, right? It is a bit, no offence, it's how long's a piece of string, right? It truly is. How long is a piece of string? The answer is sufficient to go round, plus a bit extra, minus a number, plus the colour and number of socks that you owned on January the 31st, 1923, and it kind of has, because whatever you do, it's always wrong. It's either too short, too long. You've either wasted it, not got enough, and have got to do a join that you really didn't want to have to do, and you don't want to waste it. I mean, unlike weaving, this is not, from a yarn point of view, a particularly expensive hobby. I'm not going to pretend that this bobbin will do, I don't think, because bear in mind, this is my bobbin of cotton. I don't believe this will do the entire neck curtain. It's going to do a reasonable chunk of it though. And if I could get all the lengths absolutely right, it possibly even could do the whole neck curtain. But as this is £9, it's not the most expensive thing. So throwing it away is arguably not the end of the world. Whereas, for example, if I had 8-2 cotton, 250 grams of 8-2 cotton here in the well, it's about 200 grams usually, is somewhere in the region of 25 to 30 pounds. I can buy 500 grams of 8-4 cotton, which is twice as fat, give or take a bit, for about £20. Which is why I make all my stuff out of 8-4 cotton, because, well, it's the cheapest cotton I can get my hands on. And obviously, in terms of weaving, if the thread is twice as fat, you need roughly half the amount of warp and weft threads. Now, weight-wise, you will need more because, well, it's fatter, so it'll be fatter as well. It'll be thicker in the end cloth as well as all the rest of it. But in essence of required stuff, it is, give or take, the same. Or it should be. It's not, but it's close. So my summer and winter, because I worked out that an average tea towel, ignoring the fact that there's multiple colours and things, but the average amount of 8-4 cotton worked out as... There is a van outside my house. Please forgive the dogs. Don't believe it's for me. Oh, it is for me. Hang on. Shut up, dogs. It was Mr. Amazon Man and I forgot what he was bringing. Let's find out. It's in a box. It is... Oh, it's my foot hammock for under my desk. Okay. So for me, if you could get it spot on, it would be great. And if you have to chuck a bit of away, it's not so bad. And for some reason, with sewing thread, bear in mind this is technically not sewing thread, but it looks like it, so we'll call it sewing thread. With sewing thread, you don't tend to have the same batch problems where a batch of, say, blue doesn't match the next batch of blue, right? That they all seem to kind of come out the same. So you don't, if you have to buy one 3 months later, it's not really a problem. Especially white, because it's kind of white. But I found that, so as I was saying, my average kind of 8-4 cotton tea towel I worked out was something like £6.50 to make. Now that's a lot, but 4 tea towels per cone was an approximation. Rory, you're not helping. When it comes to the summer and winter ones, well, I kind of needed half a cone of, for 4 tea towels, I needed half a cone of my 20 quid stuff, so that was £10, that's fine. But I also needed 2 minimum of the 30 quid ones. Well, suddenly that's £70 between 4 tea towels. Now, given that you can go on Amazon and buy 10 for like £3.50, I mean, they're wafer thin and basically just smear water around, but you can buy 10 tea towels for £3. Who, in the name of mercy, is going to be paying £10, £15, £20 for a tea towel? Now, are glorious. They look great. They really, really, truly do. And I've got some. I haven't used them yet, but I have got some. They were originally made for someone, but she never sent me her address to send them to, so I've still got them. And it is 3 years later, so I really should face the fact that she's not doing that. But, you know, so weaving is definitely not cheap. And with my current loom, just to kind of put some perspective on it, let's say you have 300 warp threads to make a tea towel. It's about right. The waist on my current loom, in its current kind of setup and normality, is 6 feet. Times 300. 1,800 feet of wasted thread. That gets expensive. You know, you're almost going, well, that's like 30 quid bobbin straight in the bin. Which is why you put 30 yards on, so that you spread the load over the many, many, many. But it is just, that's not a good thing. So at least with lace making, you don't have that level of problem. You have plenty of other problems. The 58 zillion pins. But yeah, not a happy spot for that. Really isn't, to be honest. No, that's not right. There we go. That's okay, you're allowed to wander off. I haven't set light to it, so it's all good. You know, you haven't missed anything too dramatic. I mean, I don't even think I saw it particularly while you were away, so, you know, worry not. I appreciate your presence when you can be here. It's nice to have people to talk to. Because I think that is the worst part about streaming, is when you're sitting here and you're trying to talk about things and you know there's no one listening. But at the same time, because I'm recording it for YouTube and stuff, and, you know, you might watch it later, well, I've kind of got to talk about something, or I don't have to talk about something. Some silence can be good. But there's silence and then there's awkwardness, you know? But it's nice to have people to talk to. I do like people to talk to. So, I appreciate people. And I also appreciate the questions, even if I don't know the answers. I do like to think that you're making it interesting for yourselves, because, as I say, I'm pretty confident that this is not the most fascinating thing to watch, to an extent. You know, it's not... it's not like some drama where, oh my god, does he get the girl? You know, it is, you know, flicking the bobbins around. It's very much like flicking the bobbins around in a slightly different order. So from that point of view, you know, I don't expect it to be the most fascinating thing for you guys. But at the same time, I want it to be interesting. Waiting for the car chase. Yeah, I can imagine that. Oh, seriously, adverts? Oh, I do need you. I was right the first time. Ooh, that sounds like a good plan. I quite like spinning in the grease. A, because I'm lazy, but B, I just find that it's really quite easy to do, and so, and then wash it, worry about washing it afterwards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's right, and then we chuck you out, back down to 5. Yeah, spinning in the grease was always my favourite. I think one of the other things that often gets overlooked for people who don't spin is the type of wool, and that people just go, oh, is it a woolen jumper? Yes, but which kind of wool really matters. People kind of go, oh, I only know of merino and knot. Well, yeah, but there's like 100 other knots. Yeah. Spinning in the grease is definitely a more desired taste, I think. It's very practical, and in fact, to a large extent, I'm sure it is what primarily they used to do in olden times, because obviously a lot of the joy of spinning in the grease meant that your finished jumper, for example, would be waterproof, because if you didn't wash the crap out of it, it has lanolin in it, which is kind of a water repellent, so you can go out on a rainy day and your jumper will mean you do not get soaked to the skin. You will smell like a dead sheep, but so you win some, you lose some, and I think, like a lot of things, we were talking the other day about how over the course of history, how things came about, how various different things. A bent pin, you can sort of got enough bent pins without deliberately starting with one. So there is a piece of you that kind of goes, what did they try spinning before they decided, or more to the point, we can all understand to an extent how they worked out that spinning would be useful, because a twisted bunch of threads together are much stronger than not, and all it takes is for it to get a bit twisted and for people to realise it's stronger than without. So from that point of view, the idea of spinning is not a big stretch. I'm sure it was revolutionary when someone worked it out, but it's not. It was kind of something you can see that can occur, and how that turns out in society. It's things like, how did people discover that roasting coffee beans, grinding them up, or drying tea leaves and then mushing them up a bit, and then adding it to boiling water, in tea leaves obviously waiting a bit and then preferably removing them, because, well, you don't want bits in your tea, and then, well, adding cow's milk and potentially sugar was a great, glorious idea. I wake up with dumb ideas, and brain cells have come up with some interesting things, but even I sit there and my brain goes, surely you don't wake up with just that in your head, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to put these on a stick. Surely, you don't just... Og the caveman did not wake up one day and go, hey, what happens if we cook these, grind these, store them for a bit, then, especially the ones that have been through the bats, because there's the ones where, that make apparently really, really awesomely good coffee, not that I drink coffee, but it's passed through a bat. I mean, no offence, you did what now? You ate something that passed through a bat. I mean, really? This was on your list of things to do today. So, some of these things, this is where I think schools really let us down. In that, when we learn history at school, it's life and work of a dung beetle. They find almost the most singularly boring parts of history and go, read this chapter, discuss, and you're like, I can't read the first sentence without falling asleep. Whereas, if they did something a little more practical, when I was at junior school, so for those who are not old and not necessarily British, junior school is, well, infants is 5 to 7, juniors is 7 to kind of 10, secondary school is kind of 10/11 plus, right? So in junior school, where you had, Mrs. X as your teacher for the whole year, you didn't have different teachers for maths and science. You had Mrs. X the entire year. She taught you everything for the year. And what my school did, and it was not uncommon, was a term or even a year might have a theme. So let's pick pirates. You would have what pirates might have eaten, what life on a boat would have been like, some geography, because of course they went places, how maps were made, and you would build all of this around the concept of pirate. But it meant you weren't just learning random shit for the sake of, today we are learning, why plants photosynthesize, right? It was as part of a bigger subject so that it made it more interesting, more memorable. Because I don't know about you, but think of a lot of your mathematics. The maths you learnt at school, you probably did trigonometry, you did logarithmic tables, you did matrices. Everybody did matrices. And nearly every teacher in the history of ever has taught matrices by going, it's a shopping list. So you write like 3, 2, 1. No one in the history of the planet of the Earth writes 3, 2, 1. They might write milk, eggs and bread and remember the numbers. They do not write the numbers and try and remember which thing was which number, right? And so it was always a bloody awful example, but it also meant that no one really understood why matrices were ever in use at school, and I've faux pas. Let's work backwards. Because I didn't add a pair. I can see I didn't add a pair, so we stopped that one before I properly screwed it up. So yeah, you did your matrices, but what no one told you is they're a great way of solving quadratic equations. Now, admittedly, you don't come across too many of those in your life, but at the same time, they at least then have a more reasonable purpose, because everyone hated solving quadratic equations. But they don't tell you that. And so there you are, picturing, this shopping list, wondering why then you multiply shopping lists by fat lists of... And you're kind of going, it doesn't make any sense. Why are we learning this shit? I'm never going to need this shit. I mean, to be honest, by the time you're doing your final, your end of high school exams kind of thing, chances are you are sitting there going, I doubt I will ever use this in my life. And, as an adult, you do. You look back and go, no, I didn't. And that to me is where I feel schooling lets you down, because you would put in an immense pressure to recite crap and get a good grade in your exam on something that bears no relevance 90% of the time to the life you live after. You are learning arbitrary information to spit it out in an exam, and then you'll never need it again. I mean, solving quadratic equations, plus or minus b, minus the square root of whatever. Matrices, don't Google them, they're a waste of your life. But I mean you're slightly older than me, but not a lot. I mean, you're certainly not much older than my ex-husband, so and he did matrices and again didn't understand them, but then he struggles to count his fingers, so, and he openly admits that. We did make a really good pair. Me and my ex-husband were a very good pair in the sense that I do logic and maths. I am the Borg. I am a computer. I do not do anything outside that remit. He is the grammar Nazi. He reads books and ingests them at a rate only known to other people. You walk around his house, there's like 12 books open face down somewhere, and he's reading all of them, right? Whereas I almost can name every book I've ever read, because I get halfway through a page and I've kind of forgotten what we were talking about, because I read really, really slowly. Kindles do help, I will point that out, and they're bringing out a colour Kindle, and I so want one. I really, really want one. I don't need one, but I so want one. Because you can then put all the PDFs of your things, of weaving patterns and knitting patterns, and in your Kindle, and have everything in one place. And now you can buy, and for all those books that you bought on Kindle that were black and white and just didn't work, because it would say follow the red line. Yeah, it's black and white, douche. Can't do that. And for all the books that looked a bit pants, you can now make it look good. And I can, so for example, like this pattern, I can print that to PDF. Well, I could print that to my Kindle, so I could keep a record in my Kindle. I could do all of that, and I can have it in colour, and I can put notes on it and everything. And so there is this whole kind of, I really want a colour Kindle. Anyway, let's not dwell on the fact that I want a colour Kindle and really can't afford it now. I spent my money on a camera, so but I really want a colour Kindle. But so much the maths. I mean, really, how many logarithmic tables have you used as an adult? The truth of maths for the average person really is, you add up, you subtract, you divide, you multiply. That's it. I, as a logic person, will tell you that in maths there only is addition. And if you think about that, I'm right. Multiplication. 3 times 2. Take 2, add 2, add 2. That's all multiplication is. Add repeating numbers of the same things together. The division. Well, yeah, fortunately, thank God, calculators. But at the same time, the things that you would have used logarithmic tables for, chances are, haven't really come up. I learned things of volumes of revolution, which is if you've got a graph like this and a particular, x squared, which gives you a kind of N shape, how to tell the volume within that was created if you rotate it around an axis, i.e. how to tell how much milk is in your cup, but only if your cup equals that equation. Since when do cups equal equations, right? And so, again, the whole kind of example given was a bit pants. But I kind of enjoyed volumes of evolution and the like. And the angle of at a particular point is the differentiated, and I get it, but you've got to have the wretched formula in the first place. And let's pick, for example, bobbin. Well, fortunately, it is a flat cylinder in that sense, so you can go, well, I've got a cylinder, its diameter is this, its length is that, I can work out the volume of that, I can then take the diameter and of the internal bit and work out what would be the volume of that, subtract it from the first, which will give me the volume of yarn on the thing. Nobody cares. You just don't care, right? You just don't. It's like everything. If you want to wind something around something, you wind something around something. You don't sit there going, ooh, I wonder how fat it will be when I'm done, or how many revolutions I need to do to make it so fat. You wind it until it's fat, right? There are a lot of things that you did in class that just were arbitrary knowledge. And I do appreciate that you can never do entirely targeted knowledge because, well, I could have grown up to be a surgeon, in which case biology would have been far more important. I sucked at biology, apparently. And so, actually, I kind of grossed out at pig eyes because I mentioned I'm only squeamish at two things. Eyeballs are one of them. And cutting up pig's eyes was a little bit beyond me. But as long as I wasn't an eyeball or brain surgeon, I'd have been fine. I could cut a leg. I could, poke around in guts and things. Really wouldn't bother me. I could have done that. I'm not stupid. I technically could have done that. But I don't. So no one's going to be sure what they are. I mean, when I left school, I wanted to be a teacher. Well, I don't teach. I get too sidetracked for being a teacher. I could never have been a good teacher. So, we learn lots of stuff at school that, frankly, no one ever needs to know. King Edward, I think it was the first, died because they did trephining on him. And, well, back in, 1500 and whatever, they didn't really have anaesthetic, they didn't really understand hygiene, and he died. Shocker! How does this help me in my adult life? He's already dead. He was dead long before, anyone I know was around. So what good does it do me? I mean, did he die from that or not? Does it really matter? He's dead now. It's not like we're going to do something about it. It's not like we can go back and sue the people who did the surgery or whatever. It's not a thing. And so I found it very difficult at school because I realised an awful lot of the knowledge that was being thrust upon me, for want of a better word, was knowledge that I would never use. And so I found it very difficult to ingest it and repeat it because, well, I won't need it. Nobody will need it. The only people who will need it are the people who are teaching it because they've been told they've got to teach it. And on a similar vein, I was having a discussion with a teacher earlier. And the teacher, I do in my spare time computer programming, and on one of the forums, teach popped up. I've got to teach my 14-15-year-old children this programming setup. What should I do? I don't know what to install. So hang on, you're going to teach children imminently something you have zero knowledge of yourself. Doesn't sound very ideal, because I'd have eaten you for dinner even as a child, because I'd be asking you all your questions. And clearly you don't even know the same. You're watching the same training material that maybe you're going to feed them. Well, actually, I want you to. You need to come out there. Come on, out, 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 out. I want you to. And you two, actually. I need you two too. That's not a good start. Right. Pile you up over here. Try and pretend that you're all in a neat pile. Oh, sort of. So, yeah, I would have eaten. I'd have eaten that teacher for breakfast, because almost the first words out of my mouth about 5 minutes into the lesson is, "Sir, so if this is true and this is true, does this mean this works?" They probably don't even understand the question, and so I'm a little alarmed that we have a teacher somewhere in the world who's going to sit down and teach how to write games to students when they don't know. And it's not even like they are learning it a couple of weeks in advance so they can teach the kids. They fundamentally don't know. And surely this is a bad thing. That's right, we need to untangle. This is still some of the dog disaster tangle. I had mostly straightened them out, but not entirely, clearly. So you are the first 2 bobbins that I will need, but I need many of you, so we will try and sort some of these out. So yeah, I just foresee this teacher being eaten alive, to be honest, because I would have done, and everyone in the school that I went to would have done. And the soon as we worked out that they were watching them, you know, kind of like, today we're going to watch half an hour of video and then we're going to go away and do it. If we worked out that that person was learning by watching the same video that we was as we were watching it, we would have watched all the videos in advance. We'd come in and we would have made them suffer, because, well, that's what children do. So I am a little concerned that this is the school plan, that they think that that is an acceptable way, whether it's a private school, public school, whatever, right? That people who are entrusting this person to teach their children does not know anything on the subject. And it's kind of like, well, you install Unity Hub like it says to, because if you try and download it, the first thing it will do is it'll go, you need to install Unity Hub. Oh, I don't know which version to install. Well, the current one comes to mind. It's really not that hard, you know. Oh, well, because there's three on option. You've got 2021, 2022, 2023, and Unity 6. And Unity 6 is the current one. It would have been 2024, but, you know, it's not, because they renamed it. And you're kind of going, it is not a complicated process to learn the current one, because you can learn an older one, because the fundamental stuff arguably doesn't change. But, you know, as you work through it, more and more stuff will come out for the new one. So, and it only gets better. But we also all know there's nothing more infuriating than trying to learn something and they've renamed an option, moved an option, or whatever. But if you don't even know where to find the tutorial, so they were asking, where can I find tutorials? Well, YouTube. I mean, there's some of everything on YouTube, mate. It just felt that if you are the teacher and you can't even teach yourself from, you know, you go to the internet, you find a forum and go, I don't know what to do, what should I do? But I'm planning on, you know, kind of like almost as of Monday, I'm going to be teaching other people this. This feels like a very wrong decision. Does not feel like a good plan. So I do feel a little sorry for the children. I mean, if they were really little, you know, if you're talking 8, 9-year-olds, you could pull that off. Because, you know, they're 8 or 9 and they're not going to ask you the same level of complicated question. They're also just not going to have the same level of thought as a more adult person would. But you're talking 14, 15-year-olds. They think they're adults at that point. Yeah, they're going to eat you alive, mate. They truly are. So, I mean, for example, I would happily try and show someone some basic lace. But I would stick to the bits that I know, because I'm not silly, right? Because that's the best way of doing it. You know, I won't say I've mastered, but I have reasonable knowledge of basic lace making, and I could explain to someone, you know, if these are various stitches, you know, go and make a strip of these, go and make a strip of that. You know, that takes quite a while. And during that time, if I really thought I was going to run out of ideas, well, here's how to make, you know, I've got time to go and practice some bits that I'm crap at. Here are some common mistakes that I make, you know, explain that, you know, and then at least you sound like you use it, that it is something that you do. Here are the mistakes that you know you are prone to making. So you already sound like this is something you're practiced at. Whereas, you know, if you don't even know where the menu options are, if you don't, you know, the ones that, you know, such as how to build it so you can share it with your mates, then... Did I twist those? You are twisted. Will you stop rolling into play? You were not twisted. See, I'm not stupid. I was just slightly distracted, obviously. Not sure you were twisted. So... But yeah, I would... I mean, someone once said to me, you can't teach something you can't do. And I immediately flipped it on its head and say, you're telling me a prima ballerina who's paralysed in a car accident is not capable of teaching basic ballet to children? And the person asking me was a shrink, and she kind of went, oh no, and I went, why not? She could do it, she maybe not can do it now for some reason, but just because you can't do it, a colourblind person can teach you how to draw, a deaf person, Beethoven, can write music. So it is not that you must be able to do it, but you certainly must be able to understand it. And if you can't understand it, I definitely think then you've breached the grounds of realistically you probably shouldn't be teaching it at this point. So yeah, I mean, I think maybe that's part of the difference between some of the good teachers and the bad teachers, is that, you know, we've all had some, you know, most people have had a teacher that they will herald as the best teacher they ever had, and then there's a teacher that they look back and go, that person should never have been a teacher, that person was not fit, you know, they should have been on, you know, the checkout tills in the food store. It's, you know, we've all had bad teachers, but what made them great and what made them bad aren't always apparent. It's just not, you know, not always as simple as, because it may be that they're great at their subject. I met a couple of teachers who were overly knowledgeable about it, but they couldn't explain it to anyone. They had no charisma. Bear in mind I haven't got any either, but you know, they had no charisma, and so they could not engage people to become interested in their subject. But also, even if they were interested, they made the subject so painful that you couldn't do it. off again. Amy, can you not? Nearly 5 o'clock. We're doing well though. I mean, despite the many faux pas that we have achieved along the way, we're doing pretty well. I mean, if you consider that yesterday morning I was at this level and we are rapidly heading... Sorry, the day before. Brain fart. So, because yesterday we started this, so, you know, we really are stonking our way through it, despite making mistakes and having to redo great chunks of it and wasting a lot of time. We are doing pretty well, speed-wise. Gives you faith that the future squares will, you know, that it won't be 3 years of me doing this. Seriously, dog, there is not the room. Come on. Strange dog. I love him dearly, but he is a strange dog. Didn't love him quite so much yesterday, obviously. But we're back to normal loving relationship of the day. After all, yesterday he'd have been told to shove off, so... because he was not welcome. Whereas, obviously, today he's allowed, even though it's a real inconvenience. So what are what are you two making? Because obviously you two are crafty people. Naughty Celt makes beautiful rope things. So it's a form of macrame, but not the cheesy 70s nasty macrame. It's nice macrame. Actually, Naughty Celt, what do you call your work? Do you call it macrame, or do you try and avoid that word because everyone thinks of the 70s plant pot holder stuff? And obviously, we know that Suri is working on some combing some fleece. So we're all busy, happy, crafting away. It's one of those things, it's almost like you consider, is it worth almost making it a Zoom call and everyone's sitting down with a camera on stuff and we all sit there doing our own thing, having a chat between us, you know. Because there is that does happen for lace making. I think it's nearly every week. They have a Zoom call and everyone's welcome to join in and they all sit there kind of throwing bobbins at each other. I have considered going, especially, you know, now I've got a setup where I can actually, you know, have a camera on my lace work. I have considered going, but I am really looking forward to a 4K camera, and so it will be all much clearer for you. Definitely looking forward to that, because then maybe you'll all shout, "Oh my god, you made a mistake!" And you'll be going, and because you'll all know so much more about it, and you'll be able to see so much more clearly what I'm doing, and you'll go, Liz, you've made a mistake, go back. No, I need one more for that. Okay. Another rope. Once again, I could be pulling pins from further back. You may recall I pushed all those pins down on the previous triangle just to maintain a more solid edge, so that as I work down there is a lot of strength and rigour, because these pins really do suck. Well, and that's a good thing, you see. So we like that. You know, I very much welcome people who are multi-skilled, because we've discussed, Naughty Cat and I have discussed a few times, is how there's overlap between a lot of hobbies, especially, for example, in the fibre thread variety. There is quite a lot of overlap between all of it. And, well, if you can do this, you could arguably do that. So, for example, if you can knit, you can crochet. You really can. It will feel a bit awkward, it will seem a bit strange, and depending on how you do your knitting, so whether you're a pick or a throw knitter, you will take to crochet quicker or slower. So, for example, as a Brit, I learned throw knitting. Only I didn't really throw, so I poked, had to let go, wrapped, and pulled, right? And because this was how my mother taught me. And I frankly sucked at it. I really, really did. To a level only known basically to my mother, because it really was quite painful. I was very slow. I knitted very, very tight. I bent all my knitting needles, which was the curse of my mother, because even though knitting needles are not the most expensive things in the world unless you buy the signature edition, which I do own the signature knitting needles, and I can tell you now, don't bother. Buy the Knit Pro Zing ones. They are basically the same. The only difference with the signature ones is you can pick the heads as to whether it's blunter and rounder or pointier, and you can have your initials engraved on them. But when, for the price of one pair of signature needles, you can buy an entire set of the Zing ones, buy the Zing ones. I, in fact, have multiple copies of the Zing ones. Yeah, the Zing ones are the best. I have the Zing DPNs, in both lengths, I have, I think, 3 sets of the circular needles. I have, because, well, I keep using them and losing some, and they're probably in somewhere or in a whip somewhere, and I've lost track. So I've got about 3 sets of those. But for the price, I mean, if you go to Cheergoo, if you go to the Addy clicks, which I frankly hated, because my yarn, while the clicks were a good idea, and to knit onto the circular knitting needle were fine, the join at the other end wasn't smooth, because it's like wearing a hat, and where the hat met the needle, where it met the cable, my yarn never went over it, and they were like, oh, you'll get used to it. And it's like, I shouldn't have to get used to it. It should work. I must admit, I wanted to do City and Guilds. I have next to no education of value, because I was the first year of GCSEs. So although I got well above average for my time, in today's standards, I sound like I am so thick I'd be turned away from McDonald's going, do you want fries with that? I have an IQ of 174, dudes. I'm not stupid. But I didn't do well in education, but I really wanted to do a City and Guilds, and in fact I came so close. I got into patchworking at one point, and I am really disappointed that the company that really floated my boat, that there was a company called the Patchwork Stamp Company, right? And it is as it sounded. They made stamps instead of little plastic things that you drew round on your fabric. You got an ink pad and you went clunk, stamp, clunk, stamp, clunk, and you printed them all out, cut them all out, and it was good. And they did various shapes, but what they meant was that let's call it the traditional English paper piecing variety of patchwork, which is technically what I was doing, you skipped the paper portion. which of course is kind on trees and the environment, because it is quite a waste of paper, to be honest. And it is quite a laborious thing, because you spend fucking hours sewing bits of cloth onto a piece of paper. Only once you've sewn it to another bit of cloth on a piece of paper, you don't need the piece of paper no more. So it is quite a loss of paper, because you can't really reuse them either. So it really was a bad idea. And what these people did was they made a hexagon. I haven't got any. It's my old house now, I haven't got it. And then there was like a dotted line, say half a centimetre in or something. And what you did was you sewed upon the dotted line, joining them together. Now, after a while, as long as the hexagon was the right side, I didn't even need the dotted line. So I got quite good at it, because, well, I made some very large pieces. And I really enjoyed, but I'm really sad that they went out of business. And you can't find, no one seems to sell the stamps that they used to make. So I can't enhance my collection, because, I mean, technically I don't need to. All I need is the normal stamp, draw around it, cut it out, and I can work it out for myself. But it is nice. Some of the ones that they had were little puffs, so you made a little square. It was almost like a dice. You had a thing, you fold it in, and you sewed along the dotted lines, and out came this very beautiful kind of little buff thing. And you know, I really liked it. So I would definitely have more in my collection given the opportunity. But I was at the Earl's Court Needle and Craft show, which was 99.9% of it was cross-stitch. No offence, but I can cross-stitch. It's never been truly my bag. I mean, I can, but it's... Of all the things that call to me in the night and my brain cells scream out for, cross-stitch is not one of them. Shishiko? Yep. That's cool to me. Embroidery? Cool to me a bit. Cross-stitching? No. Even rug making, like my dad did, has called to me. But not cross-stitch. But the Needle and Craft exhibition used to be 99.9% cross-stitching. And I was there, and I met a good friend. He writes a program called WinStitch. And Jeff is a great guy, so if you ever need a cross-stitch application, that is your man. He makes a Mac version, it's called something slightly different, I think, now. But Jeff kindly also adapted it, because I was using it for crochet patterns. You can also use it technically for knitting patterns, but it's not quite so good. But for making like Tunisian blankets, where I would convert a picture, and then such as a TARDIS, and I would follow the squares, i.e. what would have been cross-stitch squares, but the squares as my coloured squares for my pattern. And so he adapted it to allow so that it would count how many I've got to do, and all that kind of stuff, so that I could print it out, and, you know, all these kind of things. And so he adapted that, so hence I love him to pieces. But when I first went to the thing, I first went with my mother, God help me, and my mother did do cross-stitch for about 2 months. But I immediately beelined on this bloke because he had a computer, and I was fucking straight over there. What are you doing? And he was like, oh, I write this thing. Oh, okay, boring. Oh, you're writing it in Delphi. Oh, I do Delphi, and we had much conversations, which is where we still talk about today. We are still in contact today. And I still consider him a great friend, even though I haven't seen him for years. But, you know, so if you ever need a kind of pixel editor-y type thing, use WinStitch. Great. Because you can do things like replace a colour easily with it, and do all sorts, or boil it down to less colours, and tidy up pictures to make them more pixely. And anyway, it's got lots of features in it. It's really cool and not very expensive. And so I you know, it's a very good program, and I like that. But, you know, there are lots of hobbies, and so I found the Patchwork Stamp Company while I was there. It was the only thing that I found that I was interested in. But one year, I think I dragged a boyfriend there, and then we realised just how dull it really was. They had the City and Guilds people down the bottom with lace making. Now, they were not doing bobbin lace. They had bobbin lace, but as part of the City and Guilds, they were also doing needle lace. And my brain kind of went, error, what? Because needle lace is not really the same thing. And it's actually much harder to get more even stitches because you don't use pins and things to mark the stitches and keep it even. But they were offering City and Guilds in things like lace making. And my brain, and I had a discussion with them because one of the reasons I didn't do much more of it as a child was I suffered from the fact that the moment I took my thing out, the pins out, it shriveled into a little tiny shriveled thing. And I didn't understand why. And I explained it to the woman and she kind of went, well, show me. And I kind of copied the work that was already there, which was a bit of half stitch. So I was doing my half stitch and she went, I don't see why. And I said, well, nor do I. But every time I ever made something and took the pins out, it shriveled. And yes, I know I can, starch it and press it, but it shouldn't shrivel like this. Not, as bad as it did. I mean, it literally turned into a tiny, tiny shriveled bit of rope, and it was almost impossible to unpick it. It was that shriveled. And, it would have been interesting to do a City and Guilds in it. And as an adult, there's a bit of me going, yeah, I could do that. Well, I ain't got the time to do my hobbies now. What makes you think I've got time to do an educational City and Guilds on top of all of that? Or an open university or any of those kind of aspects? And so there is this little disappointed part of me that goes, I could actually get some qualifications, admittedly not in anything useful, but, I could get some qualifications to prove that I'm not, entirely stupid. And because, let's put it this way, without wishing to sound too rude for my employer, one of the things that they said many years ago and then kind of denied, so policy may have changed, but at one point it was made clear that to be a manager in the company, you had to have a degree. Now, I could have it in, I don't know, Klingon, lace making. It didn't have to be relevant, but you had to have a degree. Now, as someone who's been working for best part of, 30-something, 38 years or whatever it is, why? I've been doing this job. My work speaks far more than a piece of paper remembering some arbitrary information about a subject that's potentially not relevant. So, I mean, it could be an art degree or something, right? How does that make me a better manager? How does that make me, at age 52, better manager than someone without who worked all of that time and has a far better idea of what a good manager is and what a good manager isn't? But I knew I was never destined to be a manager at that company, and one of the things, and actually, while they denied that was no longer true, or they said that, oh, no, you don't need a degree, and it was almost immediately, but you can work for one once if we make you a manager, you can work for one. Oh, so you want me to have one? Why? I'm not saying degrees are useless, far from. But at the same time, sometimes for many of us, it is an arbitrary piece of paper that someone got and does not make them better at what they do. If it's a relevant subject, sure. But if I'd done, I do computing for my job, right? But if I'd done an art degree in pottery, how does that help? Doesn't make me any better at computing. If I'd done some form of computing degree or a management degree or business degree even, you could argue there is an element of relevance to it. Pottery just ain't that, or Klingon, or media studies, or, it's just not that. Anyway, thank you for answering. Yeah, no offence, quite a lot's more interesting than the banking diploma, I'm pretty sure. But at the same time, I'm a numbers dude, so I probably find banking diplomas quite interesting, although double entry bookkeeping. I had to teach myself double entry bookkeeping. For the simple reason, I got a job age... Well, how old was I when I got the job? I must have been 17, 18 when I got this job. And they turned around to me one day and went, is there any chance you can write a program that we go to the Lloyds banking app, download the current statement of the day, and get the interest rate of the day, and that you will calculate all the things because we're not convinced that it's entirely accurate. Yeah, I guess. So, and of course, it was the information that they could give me and that Lloyds Bank would give me came in two different varieties. And theirs came from a double entry bookkeeping system. So I learned double entry bookkeeping. My dad taught me it because that's kind of what he did. And I wrote them this system. And the very first day, an error was apparent. Now, was the error in my calculation or the bank? Because, it was a brand new app. Maybe I'd stuffed it up. I'm quite well within my possibility. I mean, you've watched me make so many mistakes in lace. Seriously, one more in something in, double entry bookkeeping and calculating daily interest rates on figures and things. Maybe I did. So, we need to pile up some bobbins because we need to sort these out. Actually, what we will do is we will turn the magic pillow and we will sort them out over here. We will try and sort them out in this order over here. Trying to find some that come from this direction. You are an end one. You're not an end. You are an end one. You are more or less end ones. So yeah, I won't say I was interested, but I was not uninterested in working out double entry bookkeeping. No, and it wasn't, but this was why my company said, can you write one? And so I did, and as I say, day one, downloaded the shit, and I got a different number to them. And I sat there going, I must have stuffed this up. Must have picked up the wrong thing. I must have missed something. There must be an error in my code. And we trawled through it, and I got the finance lady in, and, she sat there working it with me, and she went, no, you're right, they've made a mistake. So the very first day, we put my program to the test. I mean, it wasn't technically live yet, but we were using live data. I proved that the bank had stuffed up. And then, of course, that just justified even more why we needed it. Because, well, how many more days have they got it wrong? And, of course, when you're dealing with businesses and really big numbers, I mean, for example, if your bank account says $300, if you miscalculate the interest rate by, 1 pence, 1 cent, wherever you are, right? It's really not that big a deal. When your current account has £1 million in it, it's not going to be 1p, 1 cent. It's going to be tens of thousands of pounds. And yeah, I discovered a mistake day one, and war ensued. Lloyds was sworn at, and my company heralded me as saviour of the universe. But it was something that made me feel very uncomfortable because I'd had to learn double entry bookkeeping. And, there was a very big chance that I had not got it right. Let me count bobbins because this is not giving me the fuzzies because you seem to be alone. You don't seem to have friends. And that makes me concerned because you two definitely seem to be from that pen. But you, oh no, you're your friend. Okay. You're your friend. You are that one. I've got a slightly better angle of for Christ's sake, there's only 3 of you. How can I be so confused? You are friends. You are friends, but you're twisted. I can't tell if I'm twisting you more or not. Pretty sure I'm not. You two need to come down here. You two are friends. You are twisted. No, you're not. You two are friends. You are friends. And you are friends. We have resolved the dog scenario. You need to twist. That reminds me, do they still do city and guilds? Is that still a thing? You can do city and guilds. Okay. Okay. It's interesting, that is. You must hold level 2 foundation. What in the name of mercy is one of those? Now you got me wanting to look at doing a city and guilds in lace making again, and I've managed to put that out of my head. You can still do one in crafting. I think in essence though they would expect you to find one where people did a more tailored one specific for you, but according to Magic website on phone, she says going back a couple of pages, so there is creative ones, and out of the creative ones there's creative techniques, which is I hadn't looked at this one, so there is creative techniques of let's pick the most obvious one, textiles, and if I click on textiles, it says, this is an ideal for creative learners who want to work with textiles. You'll develop various things. Our certificates cover a wide range of skills from felt making, hand embroidery, patchworking, quilting, through to designing and making a 3D quilted item. Let's have a quick look. What's in level 1? Hang on. Level 2. Yeah, that's not really very helpful. So they do kind of a creative techniques one for textiles, but they also do a design and craft one. And if you click on the craft one, for example, it talks about textiles again. So and then the design and craft one, clicking on that, does mention textiles again. So potentially there are 3 varieties of city and guilds for textiles. Maybe overlap is the things, but they are still around. And the question would be is there still the lace making lot maybe? Because I'd imagine that you can't just turn up and go, I want to do this really specific subject, minor, niche section. You're good for that, right? Because I'm pretty sure that it's not that simple. I mean, I have no idea actually how much works in the City and Guilds, but I seem to recall someone doing their electrician's thing for City and Guilds, and it was quite a bit of work. So, I would like to think that they would need people to do a more specific one. Yeah, it sounds like it's very similar, and that, because it does mention various things. So, I don't know. I mean, part of me definitely thinks that... I think that's one of the other things is, as an adult, and you choose to go and get... Or you choose to... I mean, I knew a guy who... admittedly, it was 24 years ago now. 25 years ago, almost. Who... He was learning... quantum mathematics. Well... age 14, you don't give a... I mean, let's face it, we didn't really pay attention to maths even in, the basic maths that we did, let alone quantum mathematics, right? But he was doing an open university degree in quantum mathematics, and he was doing it because he wanted to. And I think, as an adult, one of the things I've definitely noticed with all the crafting things that I've done is I think of how long some of the things that my mother tried to show me as a kid took for me to be able to do at a level that was not a hideous mess. Yes, there's also a weaving one where you can do... There's a weaving course you can do and you can become a master at it, but you really do need to put in an awful lot of dedicated time in for that one. But I do think that as an adult, if you, let's say you don't do lace making today and you fancied having a go, I would promise you that in an afternoon you could make a bookmark that would not necessarily look too much like the cat chewed it, right? Whereas as a child, that would be months, right? And as an adult, because you've got more experience in life as a whole, and also maybe other skills that your brain goes, oh, it's similar to, right? That you naturally pick things up so much quicker as an adult. I know that, for example, when I was a kid, I taught myself to program because, well, I didn't have any choice. I didn't have the money not to. If I wanted a program, I had to write it. And, teaching yourself is hard going. Yeah, I mean, I live in the country, but I've found that whereas I expected to find lots of crafting going on here, because I live in the Cotswolds, right? And it's, you always get things like, hey, this is made in the Cotswolds, this is made in the Cotswolds. Can you find these people? And I mean, I did find one woman who was advertising she had a studio that you could visit. And as I've said, I worked out that a tea towel was, £6.50 or something, using my favourite cotton. She was making small blankets, and I'm talking pram to half a single bed throw blankets. She wanted £600-700 for them. And needless to say, I don't think she sold many, because, well, there wasn't exactly much of a turnover on her website, because, a year later you'd look and it would still have the same crap up for sale. So it was hard to believe that she was still doing well. And they weren't that exciting set of blankets either, with all due respect. I mean, they weren't ugly, but, they were a little bit of personal taste, shall we call it. So they would not appeal to everybody. She didn't have something for everybody. So I really, am not too surprised that she'd be struggling, if she was struggling. But there are companies around here who sell bits to make things. But I did go to the local spinning kind of group, guild thing, Spinners Guild. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I was right the first time. Run by the most foul woman I have ever met in my life. She told me to be there for 10. She turned up after 10. She then had to set up, so I helped her set up. She wasn't grateful. She then charged, I think it was £2 per plastic cup of tea. Which is fine, didn't expect it for free, but £2's a little bit pushing it. And this poor old woman, and I say old, she was definitely 70 plus, who had been spinning all of her life, went to this meeting. See, again, it picked up and caught on that thread, which was really annoying. And she'd been spinning all of her life. She just wanted to go along to meet a few fellow-minded people. This woman made her cry. This woman made this poor woman cry. In the, oh, that's terrible. You don't do it like that. But she's been doing it longer than you're alive. Can you wind your neck in? Can we stop with the snobbery, the thought police, the whole shebang? It does not matter as long as the end result is what you, the maker, wanted. She made that woman cry for nearly an hour. And she'd had a go at me, and I sat there with a face like a slapped butt for a while, because she'd said to me, oh, well, bring along some of the things that you've made. And I hadn't been doing it very long, so I took along a little bag of bits that I'd made. And I had the very first bit of yarn that I made that frankly was, looked like a cat toy. But your first bit of spinning usually does look a bit yarny cat toy. And I actually took with me, because it was kind of wintry, I took with me a pair of fingerless gloves that I made out of yarn that I had made. Oh, she hated them. I don't know if you've seen this, but sometimes when you knit, or when you've seen other people's knitting, sometimes instead of looking like V's, it looks like straight lines with angled lines. So you end up with more of a tick shape for the stitch. I mean, it is a V, but you have, because they're equal lengths, but you have like an upright bar and an angled bar, an upright bar and angled bar, and it makes it look different. And this is partly down to the amount of twist. It is partly down to how you knit it. If you pick knit and if you throw knit tends to release some of the twist. Pick knitting tends to enhance some of the twist. So pick knitters are more likely to end up with the bar and the funny line. Oh, you've got to redo that, she said. Why? I am proud of the piece of cat bath I made as my first piece, because I can now look back and see how far I've come. Oh, but you can't leave it like that. I frigging well will, love. And, I sat there after she'd left, really kind of like, how rude was that? Everyone knows that the first thing you make is never going to be your finest work of art. And sometimes it is really good to have that. This is the first thing I made, which, looks like cat bath. But here is a very similar thing I made today, and look how much better it is. I can see how I improved. And after all, it's for me, I'm not asking you to have it, love. It's not like I said to you, you've now got to make something for the Queen with it. It's for me. And she came over, it was very rude. She didn't actually do anything the whole day, other than walk around and snipe at people. And as it turned out, most of them didn't like her. But they did appreciate the ability to come along and meet their actual friends. So it was very much the despite her, everyone else had a good day kind of thing. And apparently I left some stuff there, to be honest. I don't even know what I left. I don't care. Even if I left everything I ever made there, she can have it. I was not going to go and meet her again. It was that bad for me. I was actually off work at the time because so many of these things, and I'm sure many of you will understand, they always hold them during the working day. So anyone who's got a job can't attend. You have to be retired or off work for a reason, whether it's your day off, whether you are signed off sick or otherwise. You cannot attend 90% of these things because they're held like Tuesday afternoon at the library. Well, yeah, but I work. Oh, but it's at 2 o'clock. Yeah, well, I can't not be working at 2 o'clock because I've got a day job, So yes, I've always struggled with that because part of me wants to go and meet similar people. Part of me doesn't like people and doesn't want to go out. But that really tainted my experience a lot and really, really upset me. I did hear from someone else who said she had met something very similar and she went to one in Bristol. And I agreed and I went down and I met her and she was a really nice lady. But while I can get to Bristol Centre from here in about 40 minutes, non-rush hour admittedly, but in 40 minutes, because I did a course there for 4 days and I did exactly that. I had to get slap bang to the middle of Bristol. But she lived in like some darkest depths in the outskirts of Bristol. And she'd said to me, well, what you can do if you're really nervous about, coming and meeting new people, come to my house first and we can go there. And I said, well, can I come and meet you first so that at least I'm comfortable with you before I start going and meeting new people? And it took me 2 hours to get to her house and she was north of Bristol, right? So she's my side of Bristol. And it took me 2 hours to get there and it's like, she was really nice. I met her. I really did like her. I got on with her house on fire and I said, I really like you. I really would love to come to your Bristol meetings because they were slap bang in the centre. But I cannot come to this house because it takes me 2 hours to get here. I cannot do that and then bring you back here and then come home once a week. I can't add 4 hours to the whole shebang. Really can't. And so I sadly had to decide not to go to that meeting. And so I've always been on my own. I learn everything on my own. I teach myself. And I know I suffer for it. Because some things, my brain farts, as we've seen. And I've got no one that I can easily turn to go, oh, just explain this to me. I was trying to do this, and every time I do this, I end up with the wrong number, or I end up with the wrong this, or it looks wrong, and I can't see what I'm doing differently to everybody else. I can't do that. I have to sit and work, because I'm on my own, much like learning to program and all the rest of it. I'm doing it on my own. The only person who's going to get me out of the pickle is me. And I hate that, because, I'm sure I would learn so much quicker if I had, for example, if my neighbour was an expert at it, and I could go, knock, knock, miss, yes, why does this do this when I do this? Why is it not like everybody else's? And they go, Well, you're an idiot, Liz. Well, yeah. You've missed this step. Well, you're twisting this the wrong way. It would be so much easier to learn, and I would like that. And I did for a while offer free knitting and crochet teachings to people because, I want people to feel that they can do this, because so many people go, oh, I couldn't do that. Of course you could. Of course you could do that. The problem is that it is daunting. I mean, look at this horrendous pile of bobbins going on over here. If you walked into a room and I'm sitting there with, horrendous pile of bobbins, this is not going to encourage you to do it. Because you look at that pile of bobbins and go, Hachu, they're all over the floor, the cat's played with them, not a deal, right? Whereas, it's really not that hard. It's hard to get it right, but it's technically, well within the remit of everybody to do. And a lot of these things, to my mind, are the reason that you think you can't do it is because you haven't tried. You see, that's a really nice thing, Sue. That's a really nice thing. And whereabouts in the country are you? Do not be too specific, but roughly where are you? County is probably a good kind of level. Where are you? And if you say near me, I will be all over you like a rash. I just thought I'd warn you. Oh, you're a bit further away. So I'm in Gloucestershire. I make no beef about that. I'm in Gloucestershire. Near Wales for the outside world. For those who have no idea where British counties are. I have travelled over to Nottinghamshire quite a few times. Met some lovely people. I did do a bit of a weaving course with a lovely lady over there. She helped me with that. That was nice. And she did a bit of spinning as well. So yes, I have been in that direction. But I can tell you, getting from there to here is a pain in the butt. It is. I think the problem is again, like everything, if your first experience is bad, you are not encouraged to have another go. And I think and so having a guild, not necessarily in the terms of like a union guild, but a guild, a meeting of like-minded people, or, irrelevant of what you want to call it, having something where you can meet up with people who are of varying experiences, varying interests, because sometimes we've all had something where someone explains something to you and you look at them like they put... Let's just put it this way. Next time you probably drive almost past my house. So, but I am not a friendly person and my house is a mess. So, well, I am a friendly person, but my house is distinctly not... I am not domesticated is the phrase that I would use. She says, looking at her shit pile. I meant to do something with it, and it's nearly 6 o'clock, and I haven't. So that's how that goes. And that's how that goes most weekends. I look at my shit pile and go, I really want to do something with that. And then I don't, because, well, I've got more interesting things to do. So I live in a house that consists of shit piles, frankly. I am not a tidy person. And it doesn't actually bother me, which is the problem. It bothers everybody else, but it wouldn't bother... But then you don't have to live here, so that's fine. But, yes. If you're... I won't say if you're around, it'd be great to meet you. It would be nice to meet you, but I am a scaredy cat in these things, so just to warn you. But it is nice to know that there are people out there, and when I was choosing my weaving loom, I went to meet a lady in Gloucester, because she had the weaving... I don't actually know the number of the bus that goes through. It only goes through like once a day. But I went to meet a lady in Gloucester because I was interested in a Luette loom, and I really wanted the David. I wanted the David 2 because the David 2 had the sliding beater, and I really, really wanted that because, well, as weaving, a bit like knitting, where you need to keep your tension even, otherwise, you know, it's never going to fit or whatever. With weaving, you have the same kind of thing. You need to keep the same kind of level of bashing throughout the piece, or you end up with the shenanigans that was my bedspread. But one of the other problems you get is that the beater, the bit that you smack with, that's why it's called a beater, can very easily, even though it's pinned at two sides, whether it's an overhead beater or a bottom slung beater, when you smack with it, it can be off centre. So because for the sake of the argument you're right-handed, you will naturally beat harder with your right hand than your left because it's usually stronger. And so even though you are quite consciously trying to be even with it, you often will fail. And the sliding beater meant that instead of pivoting around a point, whether it's above or below, the whole thing slid and, well, of course, has to remain parallel. So therefore, to a large extent, the pressure you put one side or the other becomes less relevant because you cannot make the beater be non-parallel. And so I really wanted a David too. I didn't like the fact that it's a sinking shed. That's another story, but I didn't like the idea of the sinking shed. I didn't want a sinking shed, but I did want the parallel beater, so I could have lived with the sinking shed. But this lady had a spring, and I kind of went, well, it's, you know, very, very similar. It's the same make. It's going to have a very similar kind of feel to it, but this one's, you know, kind of the next one up. It's a bit like going from a Metro to a Ford Escort, in that it's still kind of similar, but one's a bit more up than the last, but not by a lot. So I went along and I tried her spring, and I really quite liked it. And one thing that I also liked about the spring that the David didn't do then was that the spring came in 110 centimetres, which meant, usually allowing for up to 10% shrinkage, I could make metre wide cloth. And for some reason, my brain told me that that would be a really useful thing. Yeah, I made tea towels really, so not quite so useful. But the David only came at 90 centimetres, which meant that you're making 80 something centimetres of cloth, which, well, that's kind of a really awkward size. So I ordered a spring. And of course, the instant I put my order in, Luette announced, we're making the spring too. So I had pretty much the first spring too, if not the first. It was certainly one of the very, very early lot. And there are a couple of things that needed refinement, and they did change on feedback of my good self, apparently. I have been assured. They told me so. But one of the main key things that I didn't like about Spring 2 over the Spring 1 was, in the Spring 1, they had a little tray attached to the front, and you could put all your crap in it, so a pair of scissors and all the rest of it. But also, you had somewhere to mount a light above so you could see what you were doing. Well, the Spring 2 didn't have that. And they'd moved a few things, they'd changed a few things, and as you expected. But the loss of the tray at the front was sorely thing. Now, in part, they went, but we've made it bigger, and you can now use the top of the castle. Well, this was the feedback, and apparently they've changed it as a result. The lip, which is all you can call it, on mine, is really small to the point that pretty much anything, and I do mean anything, even a fairly flat thing that you put on top of the castle, now you don't beat that hard. I mean, you're not slamming it unless you're making rugs, right? And really the spring's not designed for making rugs. I mean, you can, but it's not really designed for it. You'd be beating and things would fall off it. And of course, as we all know, if you've got a pair of scissors that falls, you just know that they're going to open mid-fall, land on your warp threads and cut it. And they do. So it was very much not ideal. And that was the only thing that I didn't like. There were a couple of other changes that weren't wrong, but that were right at the same time. So they changed the treadles. So the treadles are stronger now, which is a good thing. I'm not saying that's not a good thing. But they made it so that instead of all pointing to the right, so all of the screws are on the right hand side and you loop your threads over to say, pull this shaft with this treadle. They made half of them point to the right and half of them point to the left. So the two in the middle face each other. Do you know what happens? Well, because you've got, they're called TechSolve heddles. But if I show you this buttonhole elastic, it's very similar. So the TechSolve is much thinner, but it basically has a little hole and then kind of a gap about, 2 threads wide, and then another hole, 2 threads wide, another hole. So basically it's a string of holes. And you put the screws through the holes so that it attaches, because it's quite strong stuff. Well, of course, you have spare string, and when the treadles lift up, because the treadles go down and up, because that's how it works, well, they go baggy, and then if they meet the other treadle facing the other way, so it mainly only happens on the 2 middle treadles, but, well, then the other one's string attaches itself to the other treadle. Now, usually it just wraps itself around and kind of mates in the way that strings do, that, 2 secured objects somehow tie a knot, even though there was no real room for tying a knot. Somehow it tied itself in a knot. So then, of course, your whole loom locks up. Yeah. So yes, we should wait for the advert. Stick, stick, stick. Oh, piss off. Shunt you round because we don't need you. Yes, it is tea time and my stomach has been grumbling for quite a while. But just in case no one noticed, this is the bottom of our triangle. we have got to the bottom, admittedly with only 5 bobbins, but we have got to the bottom of our triangle. We only started this triangle, I thought it was yesterday, the day before. So it is. We are stonking our way through this. But I also feel that I'm kind of really hungry. I should do some food, and I fancy a baked potato. Really fancy that baked potato, actually. Really fancy that baked potato. It's calling to me in the fridge. So yes, I'm feeling quite pleased with myself. Despite all the errors that I have made, for which there have been far more than I like to admit, I'm going to lock these up in case of dog, because these sticks are proving to be quite adequate at the whole holding of bobbins. They're evil to put on, because even if you put the bottom down, because unlike the wooden things where they were tapered so they were off the ground, the hole for the knitting needle is not at the edge. You can see that's quite a lip at the bottom, so you've got to lift it up quite a bit to get it in there. But we're done with these for a while, because it's going to be a while until we come back for these ones as well. But we have got to the bottom of this section, and we probably won't need these ones for a while either. But we have got to the bottom, and we are distinctly doing well, I feel. As long as we have no more errors, of course. I'm not the fastest. Actually, if it wasn't for the pins, I'd be a lot faster. I am not very good at handling pins. I seem to fumble and stab and drop and ping them all over my floor. I mean, don't get me wrong, I need to run the magnet around and pick up all the spare ones, because I have been pinging them all over the floor. But I'm not fast. I'm not incredibly slow. But you know, we have done the whole of this side for these 5 bobbins. We then need to do a bit of cloth stitch, or a bit of cloth stitch, or a bit of both. Well, actually, we need to do both of these. Then we can do the rose ground big bit in the middle. And it really doesn't feel that long ago we were doing that big bit on the other side. And just so you can see it, there it is. Look, poking out from underneath. And, you know, it is... One of the things we can do now, of course, is we could remove a lot of the extra pins that I pushed down for security's sake, because we've now got a healthy layer of new pins on this side. So we could reveal a bit more of the triangle. And it's time for a photo. I generally seem to end up doing these... Ooh, my webcam is dispatched. It should definitely be here tomorrow. Hallelujah. I am going to take a picture of this so that I have a picture for my video. Do that. There we go. I do it before I turned everything off and covered it up, because that way I don't forget. But I'm going to put down layers of cloth, because, well, they weight it down. These cloths, I can't remember where I got these ones. These slightly lighter blue ones are a bit heavier. These dark blue cloths that I got are the lightest, featherweight, useless. I mean, if you were to make clothes over those, you'd need like 16 petticoats. But hairdresser appointment, ooh, going to look smart and sexy afterwards. I don't do hairdressers. I have an allergy to hairdressers. They always did bad things to me, so I have to do my own. And that's not a good thing, but then I've got long hair, so it's a bit easier. You can just screw it up in a knot. Which I do. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go and have some food because I'm hungry. I'm going to do that baked potato. I might be back later, so if you two are around, obviously it will ping you and tell you I'm here. But hopefully I will be back later, unless I decide that I really do need the snooze and to watch some shite TV. But I'm pretty sure I will be back later, because... Well, I want to get this done. Not that I want it out of the way, but I like achieving. And it's good because we're doing quite well. So even though we've made lots of mistakes. So I will see you later. Bye. Ooh, free ones. We like free ones.